Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, James on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you back today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you back today?
Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, James on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, tout a spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, tout a spoon. Yeah, tout a spoon.
You wanna get the news update? Turn to spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This what you got today. This what you got today. Beseku. Bada. Skibidi dabado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV.
Okay, so Tune to Spoon, you're from Maryland, you're from Grand Julia County, you're from Sino, you're from Rappersport, Grand Cape Mount. Tune to Spoon, this is where you get the news across the 15 counties of Liberia and beyond. I'd like to say welcome again to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. As usual, we are streaming live across the internet. We're live on YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is the YouTube handle. We're live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Many thanks to all of you who have joined us here tonight on another fascinating edition of the program, Spoon Talk. And yes, we're live across the country on several radio frequency as well. We're live on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric 101.1 and Super 95.5 FM. Many thanks to the partner radio stations that we have across the country that are always relaying the program. We are live on Trust FM in Bome County, Trend Radio in Grand Creek County, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and of course, Premier FM in Central Liberia, that's Bon County. So thanks to all of you across the country for joining us here tonight. It's going to be a fascinating edition of the program. Kindly share the show as you come on, because a lot has been happening in Liberia. And this edition of Spoon Talk, being the first edition for this week, is loaded with tons of information that are just so much important for to quench your appetite, your thirst for the news tonight. So I'd like to say welcome again. Thanks to you for joining us. My name is Nelson Colette, and we're here tonight live, of course. Again, I'll share the program as you come on tonight. And so let's have a great show. Lots of things happening in the country, but the at some point we're going to open the lines and afford you the opportunity to talk about those different issues of concerns. Um, yes, we haven't done that in a while. We will be doing that. So at that time, you will have the opportunity to talk about whatever the issues are, whatever that issue is on your mind, be it health, be it political issues, the economic situation in the country. You want to talk about governance, the fight against drugs, security. You want to talk about just whatever, sports, entertainment, just anything that's on your mind. You have the opportunity to talk about those different issues here tonight. But yes, the big news in the country today has to do with the rice situation. I see a lot of people have been concerned about that. So many people asking the question, what's happening? What's going on? What is the actual story behind this whole rice thing? Because it's often said in Liberia, you will Liberian man will eat all the different kinds of food. And if you were to ask him, have you eaten? He'll say no. And you ask him why he's having eaten rice. So rice is the country's staple food. It has uh, turned out to be a a political commodity, and it has gone down in the history of this country as well. Most of you are aware that we had the infamous rice riot in this country, something that sparked as a result of a little increase in the price of rice. So it tells you how much of a kind of seriousness, how much of an importance a typical Liberian man were attached to anything that has to do with rice. And so we're here tonight, and this information has been on, of course, a lot has been said about it, especially with the price of rice being increased from the global market. But Commerce Minister Amin Moda spoke on the issue today. Well, as I said, it's the major talking point tonight. And so the CEO and the rest of the team will give you more detail on all of these happenings here. But he said, the Commerce Minister, key amongst the many things he said today is that rice, this increase we're talking about, is not going to affect all of the different kinds of rice we have in the country. So currently, we have over 5 different kinds of rice in the country. So he was saying that the prices of those other kinds of rice will remain the same, and the 5% parboiled rice is the one that Liberians will see some sort of increase on. But aside from that, uh, the prices of all other or the different kinds of rice will be the same. So he said that the increment in the price of the Indian rice is based on the 20% surcharge by the Indian government, Indian government, to rice importers. So and so he spoke on that, and so the CEO and the rest of the team will give you all of the details around that. And so yes, plus a lot more happening in the country. The enforcement from the Liberia National Police is still ongoing. um it's still in full swing. We still see the restriction being so tight. You get at so many intersections. the Liberia National Police, the officers. Just while I made my way back to studio, I noticed that about 7 p.m. the police officers were still at the different intersections, still restricting the motorcyclists. And but once it was 7:45 around there, then they started to remove the barricades. So the question is, what happens after 7 p.m.? And I saw immediately when the barricades were removed, the motorcyclists then start to, ply the different corridors and make their way through those different areas. But as we speak, police officers are deployed at the Vamuma Junction and some other major intersections, especially on the Tottenham Boulevard, to ensure that this enforcement remains in full swing. And so Liberians are watching keenly to see how the police, how the government is going to proceed with this, as to whether it's going to be just a 1 or 2 weeks enforcement, and after that we go back to business as usual, or whether Liberians are about to see a change, a permanent one, with respect to the way motorcyclists commute. So that's where we are. I want to
So
say
all the people waiting to call in, and you gave me an update. So let me go eat. When you finish giving me an update, you call me and come back.
no, don't go eat. I wait.
Yeah, I wanna eat because, I'm trying to do this thing, but I know you don't like me. I know you don't like me, no problem. So
Yeah.
my Liberian people, today part and small deal. The rest problem in the country. Hey, that's it. You buy a bag of rice today?
I remember buy you. Problem there.
But you know what though?
No.
I'm not saying anything. I want to wait for Amin with that. Amin will come on the show on Wednesday. I'm gonna wait for Amin. Yeah. I'm too. I know we even started the show yet, right? In 4:30 yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to wait for Amin. Seriously. I want to wait for Amin. I want to see him face to face, clear, and ask him why the rice price going up. Kolo. I'm serious. You listen to the press release today, right?
Yeah.
Joseph Boakai, rice price, $18.50. Hey, Clemmy. You know what? Let me say hello to Jerry. Jerry Savani, hello. Morris Johnson, hello, yeah. Heron, what the person name? Palestinian, what the name is? Heron, hello, my man. Last name I can't pronounce you. Otto Payne, hello to you. Alvin Davin, hello. Hen Jai, Ravi George. All the good people falling spoon today. Ambassador Matthew Bayan Topa. I want to say Lovette Bunto. Or Kula Woluba. And I believe in that Nelson I put all of our information on StreamYard. He named them, he got them ready, because we will be going today. We'll talk to Edwin Snow. We will be bringing in Mr. Juan Ketamba. It's not Abdullah Ketamba though. And I know that the guy is going to upload all this information, what is happening in the country today. Like, bro, people put a hand on their head and say, Chinikine. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Rice price $18.50. And the rice importers are saying it will go up again. But I don't want to talk, but I gotta wait for Amin.
Just
I'm gonna open a phone line. Let's take calls, because we started the show yet. You know what? I'm tired, I'm not well, but I have to come on the show because this is about Liberia. I never thought in my dreams of dreams we're going to see rice price $18.50. I want us to talk to the Liberian people. I will not say anything much. Nobody will even look at me. I'll wait for Amin. And you know what happened? Just on the side conversation though, we'll be calling Cyril Allen. The chief himself, Chief Cyril Allen, will be calling him. Edwin Melvin Snow will be on Spoon Talk. Is that my eye or the play looking dark? Maybe I'm hungry, so you're looking dark though. That my eye, right? That's what you try to do to me. That my eyeball, right?
They play clear.
No, it ain't clear to me. The play looking dark to me. I don't know that's the light or I'm hungry. That's how I'm not hungry yet. Hold on, let me open the the window. Maybe that Nelson doing this to me.
No,
Let me
but
see
again,
3 and 2.
it could be from the maybe computer or app are you using. You just have to increase the light, and then
No, man, I
sometimes
no computer. I open the window, I make it more like it better now, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, man. Maybe that is okay. Let's see right there. I think it's better now.
yeah.
We got a little like you. So we're gonna have Chisiri Allen. We're gonna bring him on. He's gonna talk to the Pro. We have Eden Snow, the boss from NPP, gonna be here tonight. We're gonna also be talking to Amin Muda on how you call it on Wednesday to talk to us more about this rest issue. I really want to give it a chance because a lot of meetings is happening. You know, the person that was involved, Amin Muda, they are all negotiating. The announcement came up abruptly, but a lot of stuff in the making. We're gonna give the government a chance to dive into it. I know Samuel Jackson going to come and say it and the guys are going to say it but I'm going to assure the Liberian people tonight that they will be hearing from Amin Modal. We will be placing a phone call. He will be here on Spoon. He will be in the studio. We will talk to him on Wednesday. They stay negotiating. I don't want to raise any alarm. Nelson, you know me, right?
Yeah.
I really don't want to raise any alarm. We're going to give peace a chance because the Liberian people, Nelson, open the phone line, put my number up. While we wait for the rest of the guys, why the rest first going to $18.50, and some of the rest importer telling me center, this thing going to go to $22.50. When I had how you call him, information minister Jeremy Pierre, he said, Stanton, that's not a true story. I said, Jeremy, this is the Spoon Talk. Rest press is going to $18.50. It was confirmed today, but I want to give Amin Moda everything Amin Moda wants. Because we're going to have it on the show on Wednesday. We're going to question him. We're going to let the Liberian people listen to him. That 2024, May 20th, 2024, the Jose Yiman Bwaka government increased the price of rice. Where's Mo Ali? Where's Stephen Johnson? Where the guys? Come on. Where are the Unity Party Alliance? Come on, Pete. Come on. Where are the guys? We just want to say this and say it very clearly. While you're joining us, we want you to call. We want you to call. Open the phone line. We're going to start the show shortly, but we're just here to say with brush up. And look what happened again. Somebody from Great Britain went to Liberia and beat on one of our crew sisters. A lot of stuff happening. They got beat on again. Let me see the picture up again. The Liberia National Police, they are investigating this. Nelson, you can pull it up. This is just a sidekick of the conversation tonight. The man threatened the guy, the allegation that he wanted to kill the guy.
Wow.
Yeah, I just said it to you. While we getting in Mojo, while we getting in Zico, while we bringing up the crowd, I want you to understand that people somewhere, people are thinking, Nelson, open the phone line. Let the phone calls come in. Let's take more calls. Hello, your name and where you calling us from. My man, you got to lower your radio or your TV. All right, we'll come back to the person later. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yeah, you are live. Talk to us. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello?
Hi, CEO. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Talk to us now. Talk to us, please.
Yeah, my name is Carmen Giffer. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. But right now I'm visiting Maryland. I just paid $19 for a 25-pound bag of rice. So this is not strange because the prices are going up everywhere.
You live in Maryland where? In Maryland, in U.S.?
Maryland, USA.
You better stop that joke. You in America paying nothing out for resident. You say that everywhere. Gamen, Masakwe. Don't do this, Gamen. How many jobs you get, Gamen? Where you working?
I'm not working
You retire, you getting retirement pay?
I'm getting Social Security now, CEO.
And how much for your social security? Hold on, I'm Gamen.
I can't tell you that one.
But Gamen, don't do that thing, man. All people in Liberia working say bad. Don't do that thing, Omar. How you can compare America with Liberia, man? Hey, the Gamen.
What I'm trying to say is that the prices of rest are going.
All right, Gamen, we hear you, Omar. We hear you. I know you will share this show.
It's not yourself who I can't doing it.
Oh, but Omar, who the president today?
Everywhere.
Omar, go to Liberia. Don't be on salary and go see how much you will pay for a back of right. But thank you for calling. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello, my name is Ami. I'm calling from Massachusetts.
How you doing, Mama?
I'm doing good, and you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Talk to us.
So my thing is, what are the underlying factors concerning the rice, the price in rice? What's the underlying factor? Unless we know what's going on, we can't just come out and say, "Oh, it's just a Baka government." We need to know what's going on. All around the world, prices are changing.
Correct.
In the United States,
I agree with you.
So unless we know from the Commerce Minister what's actually going on, we can't.
Beautiful question, Mama.
On the government.
Beautiful question. But the Commerce Minister is the government, right? He represents that part of the government, though. So, but your question is so unique, believing that he will come and tell us on Wednesday the underlying factors that lead into the increase in rice prices. So you are quite correct. But in the meantime, this government that just increased the prices of rice is responsible. Am I right?
You are.
Thank you. Whether if the government were going to reduce the prices of rice, we're going to say, oh, the Baga government did great. But now they have increased it. We got to talk about it. Hey, Mama, thank you very much.
Yeah, I got that, but we need to know what's going on first.
Yes, Mama, thank you very much. And Ami will be here on Wednesday. We'll talk to him. Thanks. Let me take more calls.
Bye.
Yeah. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
My name is Fred Tooley. I'm calling from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Freddie, what's up?
I'm calling. I don't think that you should blame the government for the prices of commodities going up, because this is happening everywhere globally. And I understand that people are not working, so this may be strange to them. But the government is not selling rice. They don't have a store to sell rice. They investors. People invest their money in an item, and that is why Liberia is a free market economy. So you can't blame.
But the rest issue is not free market, though.
Liberia is a free market enterprise.
But the rest issue is not free market.
No, it is, Stanton.
No, it's not.
It is.
Do you know how many rice importers you have in the country?
You say that again?
Do you know how many rice importers we have in the country?
No, it's not. That is why it is a free market.
Do you know how many rice importers we have in the country, sir?
How many rice importers?
Yes, sir.
They have many. Are you saying there is monopoly in the importation of rice?
Do you know how many rice importers we have in the country, sir?
No, I don't know how many.
Thank you very much. Do you know why prices go up and why prices come down?
Demand and supply.
Did you listen to Amin Boda today?
No, I didn't listen to him.
Can you go back and listen to Amin Boda and call again? Or I'm going to post what Amin Boda said. But the reason why I don't want to get in depth, because Amin have promised to come on Spoon Talk on Wednesday, and I hope you follow. And you listen to why the rice price is going up.
Yeah, the rice price. I mean, even here in the U.S., prices of goods are going up.
But why you compare the U.S. to Liberia, man?
Yes, that's what I know you can't compare the U.S. with Liberia, but everywhere, the rice price is not something Liberia can control, because
Liberia can control rice price, though. That would be unfair to say.
No, they can't control the price of rice because we don't produce rice. If it is an item that Liberia can produce, we can control the rice.
No, that's not true. The government can control the price of rice.
So, Stanton, tell me how can government
I hope you can come on the show, because the phone line is opening and it's buzzing. All right, let me tell you, Rufus. But to say that the Liberia cannot control the price of rice is unfair. You know how many taxes they pay, the rice importers pay? You know how many hidden fees? But if you don't know, then you say the government cannot control the price of rice?
I'm going to tell you, Stanton,
Thank you.
Cannot control. You can only control the price of rice for something you produce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, your name and where you calling from, sir?
Hey, Stanton, this is Gus Corner. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. How you doing? What's your name again?
Gus Corner.
Gus, talk to us.
Not much. Hey, I was just listening to the gentleman on spoke earlier. You know what's amazing is Liberians, we don't realize these issues that we're having are issues that will continue to happen till the end of time, until somebody truly take the time and the work and effort required to make sure that these issues do not continue to happen. We continue to fumble these things to the next political group or whatsoever. You know, Mr. Modai and everybody that support this government have always were the same ones blaming President Weah back in the days. You know, everything that happened was Weah. Everything. Forgetting to know that we Liberia are the cause of all the issues that are occurring because we have not taken the time as people to do the necessary work that is required. That means even firing your own friends. That means even telling your own friends, you know what, Senator, I'm very proud of what you have done. You supported Weah for a while. You supported President Wagai. But now, people don't even want to listen to you criticize them. And that is truly our problem. And I want to commend you for what you do and your station, because this is what we have to do to change Liberia.
I thank you very much, my brother. I'm going to drop the other person in. Then, are you ready, Nelson? If you're ready for the phone call, let me know. Let me take Mr. Rufus Badet. Rufus, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Talk to us.
So this is my take on this rest issue.
Yes, sir.
So we got a lot of forests. You're now here in the U.S. and I'm here making farm in Bonjamo. Last year I had on a 5-acre land farm and I just planted palm there. And people are in Bonjamo telling me they're going in the market to buy red oil. If you say you want to buy Pushala to eat, you will not be successful. Why everybody's so lazy they can't go in the bush anymore?
Good point.
We came off from the bush, we were making farm. Every Sunday we go to Bonjamo and go to school. Friday evening we walk back to the villages and work by our parents. Everybody now because some realize that they can't go on the farm anymore.
Good point, my brother. Back to the farm, or else you'll pay 1850. Thank you.
Now, you're not putting people to the right place. Let's go back to the farm.
Thank you very much, Rufus. Thank you. Let me take this one. Your name and where you calling from? Nelson, if you're ready, let me know. The phone call is going crazy. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, so my name is Alvin McKay. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Alvin, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Stanton. So I've been following today's initial topic concerning the increase in the price of rice. You see, Stanton, is so unfortunate. And like what you're saying, our government can, control prices when it comes to rice if we invest more in agriculture. The president we have now, he worked in the agriculture sector for so many years. And we have another agriculture minister who's vast and have experience in the agriculture sector. The first budget has been passed. What chunk of allotment has been made to agriculture? That's the question. So we will make all of these promises, fabulous promises during elections, and after election, we divert to the same old Liberia, the same old.
But let me ask you a question, though, Alvin. The issue here is that, man, in 4 months, you expect the rice price to be this high in 4 months?
Well, I mean, we should have had some sort of control over the prices of rice. We have the capability, we have the capacity, Stanton. It's just the willpower. Now you have. I mean, Madai came on this show, the same show. I watched him. He made fabulous promises. He talked excellently. Today, he's the one who pushing for MedTech and other agencies to maintain the statuses in at the port. Increase of tariff and all of these things at the port will cause rice price and everything, all other commodities to go up. So. This guy's supposed to do
so we hear you. Let me take the next call again. I want to say thank you, folks. Thank you for joining us. We're going to take calls because on top of the hour 5 p.m., 9 p.m. in Liberia, Edwin Melvin Snow will be our guest. We will place a call to Chief Cyril Allen. We will be talking to other individuals that come in studio that we're going to have a wonderful show today. Let's take more calls. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, how you doing, Senator? My name is Bud. I'm calling from the state of Iowa.
Thank you.
To be specific in Cedar Rapids.
Talk to us.
No, I am here, Opa. I'm making farm in Liberia. My people eat rice every day. We are not buying rice. Let the Liberian people go back to the soil. And the second thing that I want to talk about, all we want this thing to go down, that all the ministers, the senator, let them reduce their salary, and we give the women chance, and we give the Liberian government $20 to $35 million so that we can go back on the soil, to the soil rather. If people gone in Monrovia, there will be hunger, there will be rice problem.
But I understand that, Bode. Let me ask you a question though. 4 months into this government, rice price going to $18.50. I really don't want to get into this conversation because I want Amin to come and explain. But rice importers that we have spoken to saying that in the next 6 months, the price of rice is going to go up to $22.50.
Okay, thank you, Senator. You see, Amin Mudar said it clearly today. The other rice that we're talking about is the parboiled rice, which is $18.50. The remaining of the Viaco rice is $16.50 or $16.75. Now, what he said today, I listened to him clearly, and when he comes back on Wednesday, he will explain the same thing that I'm explaining. Listening and understanding that two different things will we, the Liberian people. It's a parboiled rice.
No, but then that because you guys don't can listen and mean that the other people can listen. That's not true to say. No, the people understand. The people understand as well. The issue here is that the government come and tell you one thing, but when you go in the market, you are not in Liberia. They say, "Oh, it's the only Indian parboil. It's not the other rice." No, that's not true. Are you in Liberia? Are you in Liberia? Are you in Liberia?
I just bought rice.
Are you in Liberia, Mr. Ball?
Liberia, I'm in America.
You are in America. So do me a favor. Send me $100. Let me give it to Nelson. Let him go live tomorrow and buy the different kind of rice.
Okay, then if that one is between Nelson and myself.
But between Nelson and myself, look at you. I know you were going to just talk about that. Bye, man. I catch you. Right. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Can you lower your receiver and talk to us? Your name and where you calling from? Yes.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Your name and where you calling from? All right, my man. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you calling from?
James Harrod.
Yeah, talk to us. You live.
Yeah. I'm James Harris. I'm James Harris calling from Thailand. I've been monitoring the show, bro. You know, one thing that we the Liberian people we're facing, we are very lazy, my brother. Everybody want to pack in a small Monrovia. People that belong to Bon County, that belong to Grand Kisma County, other than get stuck in Monrovia, they don't want to go back home to make farm. So what you expect, brother? Rest prices will go up because nobody want to involve themselves in the agriculture. Everybody want to be a politician. So the people let it give this government chance, my man.
So get a government chance, the government can rest to $18.50. Now to get a government chance on that.
Brother, let it give the government chance, my man.
So do what now? We must get it, my man. But let's talk good now. But let's talk good, brother. Brother, let's talk good now. We must get a government chance to do what? To keep rest price up?
Man.
I mean, like you must say on it, bye. Stop listening to your radio. Listen to the phone. Don't listen to your radio. Let's have a good conversation. Listen into the phone. Turn your radio off or your television. And let's have the conversation. Yeah. You say we must get a government chance to do what? To increase rice prices?
Not to increase rice prices, brother.
But then why the rice price going up? Then why the rice price going up?
Brother, the government came power and met 80 million debt, my man.
Brother, we come to that story. We're talking about rice now. Brother, listen now. Brother, listen now. You going to a good point. They meet $1 billion of debt. We talk about the rice price today. You say we must get a government chance. Get a government chance for what? The rice price just went up though. Is that why you say we must get a chance for?
So the red price going up, the fault is from the government or what?
But who in charge of the country?
I mean, the red prices is increasing all over the world, brother.
So, but who in charge of the country? That who in charge of the country, brother? Brother, but brother, man, brother, be fair now, be fair. When Joey carry red spray up some time ago, and we be on here, and are you the same person that was dancing and said the man doing bad, he carry red spray up? You're laughing again, Bob, man. the man laughing. You know, they gotta say get government check. We understand, but we say gotta talk. Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yes, your name, sir. Where you joining us from? My man, why you wouldn't go low? So go ahead, talk to us.
Yeah, I'm calling you to say that I think I prefer the price being going up and available in the market.
Can you please call your name again?
Get in the market.
Can you please call your name again?
Calling from Vancouver.
Christopher
Christopher
Tuba. Yeah, talk to us now. We can hear you. Talk to us.
Yeah, I said it is good that at least it is available in the market and it is a little bit expensive. I think that's far better.
Oh, so your argument is that once we get rest on the market, the price is increased, it's no problem, right?
The price shouldn't be a problem. $2, $1, 50-cent increasement. I think that shouldn't be a problem. Then you can see at all, and then the people kind of are struggling to get some. I think that should be a problem, though.
So your own argument here, the price increase is okay. It shouldn't be a problem once we get rest in the market.
It should be available in the market. That's all. Regular
okay.
Available in the market.
We take your point. We take your point. Thank you. Thank you.
In the world, prices are going up, bro.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? You got somebody, Nelson?
Yeah, I got folks on the line here. Just when you ready.
So let me take Fumbler the last one. What's your name again? Fumbler, your last name, right?
Yeah, my name is Noble Fumbler, and I'm calling from Minnesota. I'm watching right now, but here's what I want to say, just to make a quick general advice to the people. This administration came into power, and they inherited a mess. So, Liberians, we need to set realistic expectations for ourselves, for the administration. They didn't come in like when Ellen came, she had goodwill, international goodwill, and got a lot of money from the global community. Warkai did not come in with such goodwill. So the national coffers are drained. And so people need to set realistic expectations for ourselves. And so we're not, upset at the administration. Oh, this is not happening. That's not happening. No, it takes time. The people inherited a mess, and so Liberians need to understand.
You say your last name is Fambula, right?
Yes.
Fambula, let me ask you a question. Fambula, let me ask you a question. We just maybe 2 more days will be in 4 months. I think January, February, March, April, May will be in 4 months in 2 days. Since the government took over, how much was the price of rice? 25 kg.
Well, I think from what I saw, it was around $16 or somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, so it's in the neighborhood of 16.50, right?
Somewhere there, yeah.
And the government in 4 months it go to 18.50, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
but let me go ahead and finish my question now. Now you myself talking. I'm not going to hang up on you. I like you already. It's a good thing that you don't. And the issue is that people are concerned. Why in 4 months the rice price going to be 18.50? And we that have an opportunity to speak to rice importers, they say in 6 months it will go up again. Don't you think those concerns are genuine concerns?
They are genuine concerns, Stanton, but there are market forces at play here.
What are some of the market forces that are playing?
Well, you have some global crisis, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Gaza, Israel.
So let's take it one at a time. When the Ukraine wars, when they started the Ukraine war, when? Isn't it a little going to 2 years? Correct. Yeah. So in the first year, the rice price was around what? Up to the time of January 2022. It was around $16. The Ukraine war still going on.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that any justifiable reason to say that the rice price in 4 months ago by 1850, in 6 months it's going to be 2250, and we got to justify it because of Ukraine war?
Stanton.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying there are market forces at play.
You must say having a clear conversation though.
Okay, I am not solely attributing it to the Ukraine war.
Okay, so now you're not attributing it to the Ukraine war. We put the Ukraine war aside. Wait. I like you. We'll put Ukraine war aside. Let's go to the next one. What are you attributing it to?
Inflation.
Oh, we go to inflation.
Prices have been going up globally.
So we go to inflation.
It's my understanding that the bulk of our rice, our staple, is imported from India. You know, inflation is a global thing.
So again, if I ask you a question, you will tell me, say you're not 100% on inflation. So thank you for calling. I really appreciate your call. Let's go to Liberia. You will understand this thing by 5 by 4. You laughing? You will say the truth. Go ahead, go to Liberia. Let's take more calls from the Liberian people. Folks, we want to see we're about to start the show. Evan Snow coming on, and we will place a call to Chief Cyril Allen. We will take more calls on the rest issue. I'm going to be very, very calm because I mean what I said. He will be coming on the show on Wednesday. I don't want to say what I have to say. I know what's going on. The reason why the rice prices going up like crazy, but I think the government is negotiating in the back to bring this 1850 down. I don't want to be the Army Moda spokesperson. I want him to come and speak for himself. But then you ask yourself the question, my fellow Liberians, where are we as Liberians? What's going on? You ask yourself the question. When we were turned around to, the people that wanted, the people that said they didn't get the link. But I thought we put the link here. You put the link in the chat room. I swear I alone talking. Let me put the link there again. Everybody said they didn't get the link, but they can't ask for it. So we're going to get everybody coming on the show shortly. It's important because they say, Stanton one talking, we can get the link. I don't know what is Stanton one talking. That's not true. I was when the person talking. There you go. You get somebody that went to a girlfriend graduation coming in the back. I just put the link or they coming now. So let have fun for that leader man. That man went to a people graduation. He coming with, then you can wear glasses. Take calls from Liberia. Let's hear from the Liberian people. 1850, 25 kg. The people say it will go now to 2250 because they are paying a lot of money at the port. But I promise the government that the government spokesperson on this issue will appear on Spoon to speak. How can this thing move from 1650 to 1850, 1850 to 2250? 4 months into the Joseph Yima Boakai government. 4 months into the promises that were made. What's going on? Indian Powerball, Chinese Powerball, Afghanistan Powerball, Ukraine Powerball, Africa Powerball. What Powerball are making this thing to go? We will get the story, but I promise the people I will not talk too much. You don't make me talk tonight, but this thing here is hurting. All the guys will be on the street tomorrow. I can assure you. We have all the Spoon crew will be on the street tomorrow, pressing the different kind of rice. Powerball, Chinese, white rice, long grain, short grain. And the people got to know the truth because the truth will set us free. 1979, rest right. Rest issue right beyond Samakayando. Rest issue right beyond a lot of people, a lot of stories. Madam Sally King, she kept it around 12 to 1350. Joey took it up to 16. I mean, what I say, he brought it down by 25 cents. We got all the documents when he met the rice importer. Today is a historical day. 4 months into the government announcing that the rice price, the probability of increasing it to 1850. When we call the rice importer, folks, they're saying the thing will go to $22.50 because they are paying a lot. The taxes, what they pay at the port. What's going on? Amen. $18.50. People are calling America to say we can afford it. The old man, I got nobody in America. No son, no daughter, no husband, no wife. They gotta hustle. It means that they gotta start living on cassava. They gotta go back, and even the cassava prices will go up. The plantain, the edibles. They gotta start eating Bubba John. They gotta start eating how you call it, pan cabbage. You ask Fadiga right now, he doesn't know what pan cabbage is. He's the American boy. Won't talk to real Liberians, people that will feed the page. I didn't know that 4 months into this government, we'll be calling the nation into action to pay for rice. $18.50. And when you speak to rice importers, they say the thing will be $22.50. I didn't know. But I'm gonna wait because I'm coming on the show on Wednesday. Maybe you're okay. You work for the government. You're making money. Maybe it's fine. Maybe you got family in America that can send you allowance every month. They send you $200-$300. But what about the old man in Sudan went? They got to sell her fire code. The fire code price going up. What's going on? We are talking about $18.50 United States dollars, not Liberty. What's going on, folks? And when you talk to the rice importer, they say the thing will go to $22.50. Hey! People start getting heart attack. Where's Jeremiah Coon? What is the president saying? That today is a historical day in the history of Liberia. That honor President Joseph Yiman Boakai. The rice price hit $18.50, about to go to $22.50. What was our message just 5-6 months ago? What was our message as Liberian advocating for change? With this news, where is Darius DeLong? The light. With this information, where is Yobli Kanga? The protest. With this information, where is Sir Joseph? Where is Amara Cornet? With this information, where are the lawmakers? Where is the Speaker for Natikofa? Who fighting for the Liberian people? Why the rice price is going up? Why? Why the rice price is going up? Why? And if you increase the price of rice, Fadiga, Kasa will go up. Don't tell me about global market. If you increase the price of rice, Elo going to go up. If you increase the price of rice, Fufu will go up. Plenty will go up. Let's go to Kitchen Case Me and pan cabbage to eat. Where are our leaders? Have we abandoned the people cause? My fellow Liberian, come on. You open all the radio stations, the Spoon Network, open the Fabric TV, Fabric Spoon, Super TV, Super Spoon, Spoon TV, Spoon Network, open everything. Share the program. Let's speak to our fellow Liberians. Today is Monday, the 20th of May. Is this your imagination? Is this why you voted for Joseph Yiman Boakai? To see that the prices of rice climbing. And everybody said, don't talk. The government receive a broke economy. Who fighting for Liberians? Fadiga, welcome to the show, man. Don't let me do all the talking. You come in looking so handsome.
I enjoy you talking.
Jacket with your glasses on. I will talk all day.
No, my eyes is funny. Sometimes I can see, sometimes I can see.
You went over there to the people graduation. Not tell me you're funny.
Who graduation again?
Forget it, my man. We'll leave that thing beyond Jade. But we get a lot of phone calls coming in.
I said,
want us to go
are you following me or what?
to have you. I said, do it's good to have you, Nelson. Let's go to the phone line. Let's take some calls from our fellow Liberians. Let's hear what the people have to say. Give the government chance the 100 days, it will be better. Give the government chance the first 6 months, it will be better. Give the government chance when it comes to road infrastructure, 22 million went to Dusty Road. Give the government chance when it comes to this and that, we talk about it. Give this government a chance. Nobody can talk about agriculture better than President Bwaka. He's the master of agriculture. Nobody should talk about rice negotiation better than President Bwaka. On George Manawia, we beat on Mawani Diggs. We beat on George Weah. We beat on Simon Twine by 11 million others. We told the people that the government was a bad government. But what was the price of rice? Though the government gave 11 million that didn't reach to them, but what was the price of rice up to January 22nd, 12:01 p.m.? What was the price of rice? What was the price of rice? How can we leave from 1625 to 1850, a possibility 2250? Where are our lawmakers? Who is fighting for the Liberian people? Who? Who on the people's side? Oh, maybe the family not in Liberia. Maybe the loved ones not in Liberia. Who is on the Liberian people's side? Who is fighting for the Liberian people? Don't sit in America, you get your food, you get your Burger King, you get your McDonald's, you get your Chick-fil-A, you get your KFC. I know my children here, but I got my daughter and grandson back home. I know Fadiga daughter here, but he got family member back home. I know Asido children, his wife, they are here, but he got his sister children and his own children back home. I know Nelson got his 2 boys and his wife back home. Who is fighting for the Liberian people? Where are we, people? But who is on the law side? Who are on the people's side? Oh, no. General is not speaking. No. Fanatic Kofa is quiet. Today, rice price went up today. It was announced today. If you didn't know, we got to tell you. A 25 kg, $18.50. Possibility, $22.50. Welcome to the show, Fadiga. My brother Asido. Before the other people come, let's have fun. We'll go to the phone line. Nelson, don't you leave. Stay where you are. Stay put. I know somebody coming in studio. I forgot the gentleman's name, but he should be there. He's coming in.
Yeah, he's here already. I'll send you a message concerning that.
Yeah, please bring him on. Somebody that want to share the views on this rice issue. The game will be, we're waiting for our Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow to join us, to come on. Folks, I know you are calling. We'll take your phone calls. But our country have changed. As it do, the country have taken a different turn. I never believed, and Liberians never thought that this day, 4 months into President Joseph Yiman Bwaka government administration, into Jeremiah Kuhn government administration, 4 months, rice price will be $18.50. Wow. 4 months. Fatiga, it's over to you. You have your time to speak. As it do, we speak. And we're going to have the show. I believe the rest of the guys will join us. We'll take more calls. This is about Liberia today. This is the Liberian people. The rest of the team will join us. We want to welcome every one of you. Share the program. We put a file flyer up. I cannot say too much because Ami is coming on Wednesday. Rice price increase. Rice price increase. Rice price increase.
Well, Stanton, rice price increase is not new to Liberia. But There are some things in Liberia that just leave you scratching your head. Knowing fully well that rice is our staple food, and for generations to come, it has been a major source of chaos in our country. Any administration that will handle this rice crisis will be the hero of the darling of the nation. But I don't know why is it that no administration have actually found the right solution. I've seen what people have done in other countries. It takes political will. Minister Moda today says something. He alluded to the fact that I think the rest is like a cartel. A lot of these things, some of these things are manipulated.
Sorry, do you think Amin Moda hands attack?
His hands are.
Listen to what he said today. Do you think I sense frustration? Maybe that's me. And I think that
it's not only you.
Yeah,
A lot
to
of
me
these
on
people
it,
hands
to me on
are
it.
it's not only you. I felt like that too. But it doesn't have to be that way. There are a lot of things. You know, every time we give subsidies to rice importer, I think we need to reverse strategy. I think that strategy is a very terrible, very, very, very terrible strategy. I think instead of giving rice subsidy to importers, we should give it to the citizens. I think we should put money in the Liberian people pocket to be able to something, and let uh the Niger event take a course of supply and demand. If we keep incentivizing these people and giving them money, it has proven to not work. They get greedy more. Every time we gave them tax break on one thing, the prices keep going up. As soon as the prices shake in India, yes, it is true that India put a ban on certain rice, and that is affecting the price because they produce they export about 40% of the world rice.
I mean, but it's not only India, but thank you, Fadiga. I know we
No,
come back. You
let me
talk about
finish my
Pakistan,
thought.
you talk about India, you talk about the other
Let me
countries,
finish my
right?
thought. Let me finish my thought. Don't leave me hanging, make me look stupid. What I'm
Yeah,
saying
but you're
here
not coming
is
out of blood. We're here for serious
no,
business today. So do your finish your thought, man.
again, yeah, you got to look at these things from different, for a whole new different perspective. For me, I think government need to change strategy. Identify. It's easier to track money, subsidies that are going directly to citizens versus one that is going to this company. I think we should do targeted relief to the most affected people in our community. We can track those people down. We can give them some relief for them to purchase rice, and you see whether people will still complain. People might complain, but I think instead of giving money to this right importer, let us set our price based on what is happening on the world market and give some relief to our people. That including providing jobs, more jobs.
I agree with you, Fadiga. I wasn't disagreeing with you. My thing is that something is happening. And I will go into what you said, Fadiga. These people, the cartel have begun emboldened. The rice importer know exactly they know how to milk the system. And they will put it on the world global market. That BS. That BS. You can give them everything you want. I have spoken to some of them. And it says Stanton, in 6 months, rice price will be $22.50 for the 25 kg. And I said, are you talking about the India rice? They say, if you increase the price on India pound ball, all the other rice coming from wherever, that price will be increased. So nobody should limit it on India. But I'm bringing Isaac Doe. Talk to us, Minister Doe.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. It is sad. We are in a sad time. Woe unto anybody who comes on this platform to defend what is undefensible. Shame unto anybody who comes on here and wants to defend something that will affect millions of Liberians. And I will be shocked if the people of Liberia don't rise up against a government of
You are not insulting violence, though. No, not on Spoon Talk. Not on Spoon Talk. No. I gotta denounce that right now. We will not, because rest issue is a big political issue. You cannot tell the people to rise up. No. I want you to talk about, to speak to the political leaders, but not to rise up in arms, not to rise up in demonstration. We will not do this on the show.
Let me drink a bit of my juice.
Please
it is not
do.
spoon talk. It's as
No.
it goes.
You are on spoon. So we gotta be very careful what we say.
Let me end. We are not going to meet our words. We are not going to play
not on spoon. Not on spoon. We will not call for violence in the country. Let me
have my time. It is
no, you cannot have your time and call for violence. No. You can't do that.
Answer though, you got 6 years to be venue. You need a cool down. You got 6 years.
Let me have my time to talk. Again,
you got 6 years.
It's not a political thing. It is the same political thing that got our country where we are today.
Yeah, but we're not calling for violence. We're not calling for violence.
Always sounded I say violence. I say the people should rise up. It is their right to protest. We support peaceful protest.
But I want you to be straight on what you are saying, because the rest issue is very critical.
We will ask our people to rise up and protest against the government when the government shows incompetence in a way that affects their life. We were on here. We sounded this. Now let's go into the issue. You always agree that Amin Modat should consider himself a criminal and a corrupt man from where we are. Let me remind you. When Amin Modat took over the first time, the only thing he could say was that Mawene Dix and President Weah were pocketing $2 on each bag. Why is Amin Modat stealing more? Where is the $2 that Mawene Dix and President Weah were pocketing? Why can't Amin Modat start up from taking away the $2? Why does he want to be more corrupt than the corruption itself? If Amin Modat,
you have anything to say? Amin Modat pocketing $2?
Well, he said it, not me.
You have anything to prove that your allegation that Amin Modat pocketing $2?
Let me go beyond that. My own man, DP Jeremiah Kun, came on this particular network and said the same thing.
And said what?
He said the same thing.
And said what?
Mawene Dix and President Weah, the government pocketing $2. Where is the $2? Why are they increasing rice price today with bunch of lies about India? We will dwell into the issue.
We are. You know what I'm saying? Hold your peace. We are. Folks, we're just getting started again. We're going to call the NPP boss. Edwin Snow will be on the show. Chief Cyril Allen will be calling him. I believe I heard the producer say he agreed. We got one Katama in the studio. He will be coming on shortly. Uncle Sam, welcome to this big day in Labrador history. Rice price is $18.50, and everything is about to go through the roof. But I have promised myself, Amin Modat will be our guest on Wednesday, and I will hold my question. But we just cannot let this to slide. Uncle Sam, an economist from LSE, Uncle Sam, they are putting on global market. They are putting on India. They are putting on the death of the Iranian president that occurred yesterday. They are putting on inflation. They are putting on Donald Trump is in court. They are putting on Biden is too slow. They are putting on everything on the Ukraine war. They went back as COVID-19. They're now going back to Ebola. Uncle Sam, you ever dream of progressive Uncle Sam? The men that fought the system from 1979 to the daughter, to Chastero, to Madame Salid. Why are we seeing 4 months in this government that rice price going to be $18.50? The possibility, the probability, the guarantee that it will hit $22.50 in the next 6 months. Uncle Sam, talk to me.
Well, you know, the thing is, like, you can lie your way to power, but you cannot lie your way to governance. That's just what they call a hen has come home to roost. When these pusillanimous nitwits were in opposition, they made it seem like George Weah and the rice importers were part of a criminal cartel, and they were using manipulation and machination to keep the price of rice at an artificially high rate. And when they get to power, They will use their ingenuity and everything at their disposal to stabilize the price of rice. But less than 4 months into their government, they have to eat crow. They have to eat better crow. And they must apologize to the Liberian people. They must apologize to the Liberian people for telling them that they ascended to power on lies, deceit, right? Manipulation of innocent people, and what they is obtaining in Liberia today. For them to come and say that rice price is being increased because of supply and demand, because of India, Pakistan, Vietnam, origin, heaven, earth, all that one there. They look like sorrowful people today because the public will see through their shenanigans. The streets are praying to God, and we would keep the streets cool. Because you know the issue of rice. The issue of rice, 1979. You saw the issue of rice over the historical period of this country. But we will keep our people calm. We will let them know that there is hope coming for them. There's hope. But that hope does not rest with this rescue train, because this rescue train has been engaged in a lot of lies to governance, manipulation of the truth, but you cannot govern by manipulation of the truth because everything is clear. You said you're going to do pimping riders. The streets are full of people with all helmets, and you know that. People with all helmets all over. With all helmets all over. So the people in red light too, they got brain to bust. Man, I beg you, man. Stanton, take it over from me, man.
Uncle Sam, we got Morris Kissy Kiatama in studio. He will be joining us. He will tell us who he is. I want to say to all of my fellow Liberians, this is the Spoon Talk. Share the program. We'll open the line for you to call and tell us what you think about the rice prices going up. We got a lot of story. Edwin Snow will be joining us today once he's ready. Again, a lot of stuff is trending in the news, a lot of different stuff, but nothing is so important than this rice issue. If you are shocked, if you are concerned, or maybe you have like Fadika, you better get a job in making $8,000 a month, so the rice price is not a problem to you. Fadika ready, he come to America, he made $20,000 a month. Maybe you're somebody out there, ministers, they care less. They sit in a cool air-conditioned car. But go to Clarendon, go to Newcomtown, go to Sonny Wayne, go to North Panton, go to Brooklyn Gillette, go deep down in the interior in Lofa, in Grand Gillette, in Grand Bassa, in River Cess, in River G. Imagine if rice price is in Monrovia for $18.50. You know how much they will be saying it in Brooklyn Gillette? You know how much? And you want to lecture us? You can lecture me. We are not here to create a story. We are here to fight for the Liberian people. So wherever you find yourself, tell us who you are and make your case. If you say yes, I agree with you. If you say no, I agree with you. We are all Liberians, Fadika. Above all, we think Liberia. We love Liberia, and together we built Liberia. Maybe from different side of the aisle, but we will do it. My brother Paul K. Kennedy is in the back. I will bring him on before I bring in Marius. I want to hear what Paul Kennedy, he's in Liberia. He's running up and down. Welcome to the show, Brother Kennedy. How you doing?
I'm doing well, CEO. Good evening. Good evening to all of the panelists. Good evening to our viewers. We want to continue to thank them for following us everywhere. Thank you so much. What's up? What's up tonight? What do we have?
We are talking about the increase in price, Paul. It's $18.50. I had a chance to speak to a few rice importers that I know, right? And I will not disclose the name. I promised them. What's shocking was that they said, listen, but Stanton, we watch Spoon Talk every day. The rice price is going to go to $22.50. Because they told me, and I talked to Jeremy Pierre yesterday, Ketema myself, that the rice price was going to be $18.50. The information minister, Jeremy Pierre, said, oh, Stanton, that's not true. Wait for Amin tomorrow. Amin confirmed it today. And the same people telling me again, Paul, that this thing in the next 6 months, it will be $22.50. Before I bring in somebody that want to contribute, Morris Ketema, want to contribute, let me hear you, Paul. Talk to us. A lot of people have this, it's getting scary, Paul.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
absolutely. Yes, can you hear me, CEO?
Yes, you're good. You're good.
So it's getting, look, and let me say good evening to everyone and thank them for following us. You know, the issue of rice is a very difficult and challenging one because rice has become a security commodity. So let me speculate on what has happened over the time. So what has happened over the time is they used to bring 50 kg of rice, which is the 100-pound bag. But then the tariff per bag for rice was 50 cents per bag for rice. So the big 100-pound cents or 50 cents per bag, government decided, listen, if we make the same 50 kg, if we call it into two, government will be getting a lot of money to be able to meet some of its obligation. So they divided that 50-pound bag, the big bag, we need to call it 100, they put our bag in the big 100 bag. They call it now to two small bags, which is 25 kg, but they charge each of them the same 50 cents per tariff per bag. So imagine, if you are bringing one big bag, CEO, and they were charging you 50 cents, and they cut that same bag into two, you'll be bringing the same quantity of food now, but you'll be charged twice, because instead of bringing the big bag and being charged 50 cents on it, you are bringing two small bags, but they are charging you 50 cents on each of the two small bags, and they are getting $1 on the rice. So when the rice importers saw that, they said, but then we got to increase the price, since they are increasing the tariff. Then they put 1% increase, 1% tax on for something they call ECOWAS user fee. When you bring the rice, you have to pay that 1%, multiply that by the commodity of rice. And then what government did, government restricted the number of people who can import rice. Stanton, everybody who has the ability to bring rice in this country was given the leverage to bring rice. Rice business was not going to be difficult. It's a simple economic strategy. The higher the supply, if the supply is more than the demand, you're going to have lower prices. But the supply is less than the demand, so there's an increase in price because government is restricting the rice market. Government has all kinds of bureaucracy on the rice market. To bring rice, you got to have warehouse in the port. You got to be able to have a couple of things. So that is also driving the price of rice up in the public.
Paul, thank you very much.
We need to talk.
Thank you very much, Paul. We're gonna dive into this rice issue. We have Morris Ketema. Welcome to the show, sir. How you doing?
I'm okay, Stanton, and thanks for affording me this opportunity on this platform.
Good. Can you properly introduce yourself? Who are you? Where are you from? Where do you work?
So again, my name is Morris Ketema II, the general manager for Scrutiny and Dominion International Group of Companies.
Can you please put the mic close, please? We want to hear you better, sir.
My name again remains to be Morris Ketema II, the general manager for Dominion Scrutiny International Group of Companies, the former Secretary General for the National Customs Brokers Association of Liberia.
We want to give you time real quick. The first issue I've seen that Honorable Snow is in the back. I want to bring him on. He has to be part of the conversation. But I want to give you a minute, 30 seconds. Lay this thing out for us. Why today we are seeing rice price to be $18.50, and they are saying, folks are saying it will be $22.50 in the next 6 months. Talk to us, Morris.
So from our thinking, we think that we should have a reduction in the price of rice instead of it being increased to $18.50 to $15.50, because we believe when we were serving in the square as leaders of that institution that remains to be a catalyst in our trading environment, we made the necessary cases to central government in informing them on those barriers that we saw in our trading environment, like that of the ABN terminus in not having a show cream in discharging vessels from the port and giving time, which does have an impact on the increase of commodity on our local markets. Fortunately, with those advocacy that we made, the government took heed of it and informed the ABN terminal family to introduce and to bring to our country a show cream, and they brought for us 2 show creams that have helped significantly in reducing the time of discharging vessels from the porting environment. If in the shipping arena, the more period of time the ship berth on a pier allows them to pay more fees to the port terminal. With this been happening of recent, the terminal now as past used to spend like 3 days on discharging a single vessel, but as we speak currently, they spend less than a day in discharging vessel. So in our mind, we thought that the price of local commodity will reduce because the freight to Liberia in importing this kind of commodity has significantly dropped, will have some impact on our commodity. More to it is that we believe that the closeness in our market sector, where there are fewer people importing a major commodity that remains to be a major diet for 4 to 5 million Liberian rice. We have less than 5 importers of rice to our country. We think those are some of the reasons why the price of rice might increase if only we have had a competition on the market, like spoken by Kennedy. It will give competition on the market. The consumers will decide the best taste of the rice to go for, and the Ministry of Commerce will
So
do
you
the
are
due
saying that rice price shouldn't have gone up because everything is in place to reduce the cost.
Absolutely speaking, rice price. I see no reason why the price of rice should go up of reason, and it shock the Liberian populace because the Ministry of Commerce will need to be a part of the WTO that speak about a proud notification. If the ministry happens to be a moral institution in terms of trade activities of our country, wanting to increase a price of a commodity that remains to be a key commodity of our country, they should inform the Liberian populace, at least according to the WTO regulation, 3 weeks prior to this. But unfortunately for us today, we listen to the minister making statements that we should expect with immediate effect that the price of commodity has of tomorrow.
With immediate effect. Let me hold you right there. I got to bring in Senator Snow. You're not leaving us. You're going to hang on with us. Let me hold you right there. We're going to bring in the senator from Bomi County, Senator Edwin Bevan Snow Jr. Senator Snow, welcome to the show, sir. How you doing? You are muted, sir. Can you unmute, please?
We can't hear
You are
you.
muted, Senator.
I'm not muted.
No, you're good now. You just unmute yourself. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. I mean, I'm sorry that you're walking into the bullet. The bullet means the rights issue in the country. All right. And it's good that we have Morris here from this area. That's what he's been doing. It's just good that I was able to get him to come on. Senator Snow, certain senator from Bomi County, know the region very well. Is it shocking to you that 4 months into Joseph Yima Barker government, the rice price went up to 1850? And when I spoke to some of the importers today, they say in the next 6 months, it will be $22.50.
Well, it's shocking. It's shocking for a lot of reasons. One, like I listened to Morris along the way. I think there are a lot of things that the government would have done to absorb the shock if there's any shock of such. The government did not take advantage of those possibilities, of those mechanisms. And second thing is truth telling. Sometimes tension in this business of governance, truth telling help a lot. But I think most time when the government try to give a different picture than the reality that the situation is faced with, then the citizens, feel shortchanged and it doesn't work well for the government. So I think there are just too many opportunities that the government have to absorb the shock. And as you know, rice is not just a common commodity in Liberia. Rice is a security commodity in Liberia. So I'm disappointed. I'm shocked that the government did not explore, the maximum opportunities to be able to absorb the shock and then let it roll over so that the citizens will absorb if it's a genuine increase on the world market.
So let me bring in Fadika. If you have questions for for Senator Snow or Morris, we'll be spending a long time with Senator Snow because we have to discuss other issue. But this is very important and it's trending right now. So let's stick to it. Fadika, Uncle Sam, Asido, Paul Kennedy, then we'll get back to Morris. Your thoughts or your question, Fadiga?
Yeah, I have one question. Senator Snow, nice to meet you again. This rice, every time whenever there is some market shock or something that goes on the world market, we tend to incentivize these rice importers by giving it either tax break or something. It doesn't seem to work because the prices keep going up. Whenever something shifts, they move the price up. Don't you think it would be the better idea to incentivize citizens and put money in their pocket, either through whatever means, dollar here, dollar there, whatever it is that we can give them, so that they will be able to purchase their own rice and let to avoid market distortion, let the natural event of supply and demand take a course. If there is anything that is shifting the prices, government can regulate to some extent, but at least put money in the people pocket rather than giving it to these people.
Funny guy, it's the responsibility of every government. Government is the largest employer in the economy. So it's expected that government should create the means to put money in the citizens' pocket, but that doesn't substitute for providing your stable food for the citizens. And again, like I said, I mean, there are windows of opportunities that the government would have taken advantage of. They still during at the port charges, whatever incentive that the importers are getting, in addition to opening the market. As it stands today, I'm told, and I stand corrected, there are 4 Lebanese and 1 Fulani or Fulani group that import rice. And there's still a squeeze on the market. So it's still not a free enterprise where Mr. John Brown can go to the Ministry of Commerce, register, and allow to import rice in the country. So besides rice being a political commodity, it's actually an economic cashback for who benefits or who signs the IPD. Because when you begin to ensure that there are restrictions or there select few that can import rice, and you are giving the IPD based on whatever kickback you will be allegedly get, this is the outcome that the citizens will suffer.
Which brings me to my second question. You just landed it straight in there. I know for just reading my mind. You are a senator of Bapolu. What can you do about it? Bomi, I mean. What can you do about this? You are a lawmaker. How can you galvanize your buddies and make sure that you either put something, either through legislature or something that either government subsidize certain percentage or open the market, do whatever you do to alleviate this problem?
Well, currently I'm out of the country, but I can tell you for a fact that will take the debate to the Senate floor tomorrow. So currently in the Senate chat room, senators are raising the issue. We've been raising it since last Friday. It's been trending in the Senate chat room. Senators are very concerned, and fortunately, it seems to have a bipartisan approach. So tomorrow, I know that will be a very tough debate on the floor of the Liberian Senate tomorrow. I think there are attempts to even call the Minister of Commerce, and there will be some hard questions for the Minister of Commerce. So definitely, the Liberian Senate is going to take the lead on it. It may seem belated, but again, just a few months into this administration, I think this came as a shock. No one expected that we wouldn't have absorbed all of the necessary mechanisms available to us to absorb the shock. And then the first shock that came, we sent it straight down to the citizens. So again, there are too many there are too many questions we need to answer. Sometimes if you just decide to have another businessman as the head of commerce or have a good administrator as the head of commerce, I mean, those are some of the questions that we may have to ask.
Thank you, Fadiga. Uncle Sam.
Thank you very much, Senator Snow. You are all getting old. See all your gray beard. This small little boy I used to know, you now become old man. How you doing? How you doing, Senator?
I'm good, big brother. How are you?
Not bad. Stay in America. Yeah. Okay, look, Senator, I'm going to make a statement, and I want you to just react to what I say. We know what they call buyer's remorse. You know, when you buy something from the store, you take it home, and after you use it for one day, the citizens are getting buyer's remorse from the Buck administration. Complete buyer's remorse. Everything that they rail against, everything they said I was bad. CTN is so bad. Oh, CTN. Medtech is so bad. Oh, We will take the people asset, we'll recover the people asset. Everything they said. Oh, we will not give contract to foreigners for the role. All of that, you know. And then the first little pressure on them from this cartel, the cartel of Senator Snow. You know the cartel, the Futas and the others that have strangulated this Liberian economy post-war. Why is it that they came to power January 22nd, and in 2 days we're going to be 4 months? Why they can't break the cartel, the stranglehold on the cartel? Why they can't take away the what they call it, the rope that is tying us by CTN and Metex? Senator, why? Why you think so? You think the people giving them money? You think the people eating? That's the reason why they're doing that?
Well, since we're talking about the rice issue, let us talk about rice. I'm sure along the debate or along the conversation, we might talk about Metex and CTN, which I have a lot of interest in.
CTN have a direct impact on the price of rice.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you know, okay, you're right, Sam. So let me just go there. I think the issue of Metex and CTN is bad for Liberia. It's very bad. CTN, as you know, or you may be aware, is a security network that's been introduced in the region or around the globe. Unfortunately, the charges of CTA in Liberia is far higher than the charges in other neighboring countries or around the world as well. The issue of Metex is bad news for Liberia. There's this guy passing around town now called Nabil. Every time I listen to the Metex argument, I hear someone hear us talking about what Angela lists. But the main person behind the Metex thing in Liberia is a guy called Nabil. Nabil used to be the consultant for BVAC. And I think when this deal came from the previous government, he went and got some political connections and then brought in Angela. And then along the way, now he's trying to mess her up. I think he's trying to fix some documents, change the secretary to some documents, and then playing with new actors to shortchange his former partner. And the new actors are now writing the president and defending Metex, that Metex is good for Liberia and Metex should stay in Liberia. So it's just one of those things where the new actors come and say, look, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. Since this is already for the people, let's just get our share, let's just get our cut in the equation, and then we deal with the old guys. So that's what happened with Metex. Metex is bad. This Nabil guy is very arrogant. He tells everyone now that he has control, full control over the government, and he can do anything, and Metex is going to stay. So again, that's another debate. Unfortunately, Pro-Tem set up a committee, which I'm a member of, is chaired by Amar Kone. Unfortunately, Amar lost a relative in the U.S., I think to gunfire or something like that. So he was to report immediately when we open. There should be public hearing on Metex based on everything we know. We have a lot of information on Metex, trust me. Yeah. Changing of accounts, changing of article of incorporation, changing the shareholders to make sure they are local partnership with actors from the government, from the current government, defending Metex. We have a lot of things, and Metex is just a criminal empire. A guy called Nabil, I can tell you that for a fact, and I think we'll be missing the shot every time we say, oh, Angela, this guy called Nabil that is not even trying to take over Angela's share.
I want to keep it for last. No, I want to finish with the rest issue.
My second question.
No, he's not done yet. Oh, no, Uncle Say, he's not done yet.
Oh, okay,
he's not done yet. Hold on, please.
So we'll leave that for last. But the thing about Metex, because of those charges also, what they are charging, it has an effect on the citizens. What CTN is charging, what Metex is charging, you know, rice, petroleum product, it deals with volume. So if you put 10 cents on something or 5 cents and you think it's nothing, it has a trickle-down effect. And who suffers is the ordinary citizen. So again, I'm surprised that Mr. Weah government, the CDC government, for 6 years, I mean, yes, there were fluctuations in the price of rice, but they were able to absorb the shock. And just 3 months into this government, we cannot repeat seeing. I mean, it's alarming. So I think there's something that needs to be done. And again, once Amara returns to the country, there will be a big public hearing on Metex and CTN, and a lot of things will come up. We get to know what the bodies are buried.
Yeah. My last question is, there's a rumor that a particular senior official, minister in this government, is tied to Nabil. Have you heard about that? Do you know about that?
I'm aware of that. Okay. I'm aware of that. He's tied to Nabil. He's tied to the owner of one local hotel in Mama Point. They both are them there. So he has that link with that hotel owner and he's tied to Nabil, and they're now protecting Nabil to continue with Metex to shortchange not just his partner, but to also shortchange the Liberian government. Interestingly, there was a case at the court with Metex, I think, in the Liberian government. You'll be surprised now that the Nabil faction of Metex is now linking with the government, that they now have an understanding and they are now cooperating to work together. So it's like I said, we know what the bodies are buried, and it's going to be a very stingy thing in the country. It's bad for Liberia, and it's so bad that just 3 months into the new administration, people that claim to be, the clean guys around town, and everybody from the previous administration were the criminals, they are now doing ×2 of what was alleged from the past administration.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I said, though, talk to Senator Snow. This will be interesting, folks. You just starting to enjoy the show. We ain't go anywhere yet. We just started my rest. We'll talk more about CTN, MedTech. We got a lot of documents. Again, our sympathy to the family, the relative of Amara Corner, the senator who is here in Pennsylvania. I was able to exchange messages to him. Yes, indeed. You're right, Senator. He lost a family member. He's here. Again, we wish the family well. But answer to your question to Senator Snow, and we'll bring in Maurice Casey Kyatamba.
How you doing, Senator?
I say, how are you, my brother?
So you on the show here? I'm fine. We can't complain. So Senator, this is very personal to me. I'm sure it is personal to you because it's something that concerns all of Liberia. If you talk about gas, you say gas concerns people who get car, but don't concern everybody. So I think it is personal. Senator, I want to ask you, why do you think this government is in lies and propaganda? Let's say one. They told us that the price of fuel was coming down. It left from $7.90 to $8.45. Minister Modab was on this very show telling us that he is bringing down the price of rice. Today the price is. I think they believe in lies and propaganda.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't use your choice of words. But I know what is happening is that during the campaign, during the political season, everything about the previous government was bad. So now that the government a new government that has taken over, they feel that agreeing with any of those things that was bad, according to them, will be a betrayal of the faith. So even if those things are now good, you still want to make it to look like a bad. And so truth telling is very important. I mean, in this, going to a state visit to a colleague, go and visit. You can call it an ECOWAS summit when there was no ECOWAS summit in Guinea-Bissau. Using a private jet is further convenient. You can say Guinea-Bissau gave you private jet when Guinea-Bissau don't own a private jet. So truth telling is very important, and I think that's where the government has to come to.
Hold on, Senator Snow, please. Oh, Bebe, just slow down. You're going too hard. Guinea-Bissau, because you part of that region. You take one day to travel to 3 different African countries. You live in that region. You are telling Liberians tonight Guinea-Bissau own no private jet?
Stand on. Guinea president the president of Guinea-Bissau is someone I know very well. I visited him. I know him personally. We exchange text messages. We know each other. Guinea-Bissau owns no private jet. Every time the president of Guinea-Bissau travel, he charters a private jet or he goes commercial. Guinea-Bissau don't own a private jet.
So the story that Kuda said Guinea-Bissau president sent a private jet for our president, Jose Yuma Boakai. Magdala Cooper said, ECOWAS, you representing Liberia. Taiwan will represent Liberia. Alex Tyler representing Liberia. Mama Beach representing Liberia. The rest of you guys. The political advisor to the president said, ECOWAS sent a private jet for our president. The information minister said he cannot disclose who sent the private jet based on the fact that it's security, for security reasons he cannot disclose. Where are we, Senator Snow? I don't want to go back to the rest story because I don't want to waste Maurice time, but where are we, Senator, on this issue?
Senator, if the president of Guinea-Bissau sent a private jet, then it means he chartered it from taxpayer money in Guinea-Bissau to pay for the president of Liberia. But I can tell you upfront, Guinea-Bissau has no private jet. And I can tell you upfront, there was no ECOWAS summit held in Guinea-Bissau. It would have been a private visit or state visit with the president of Liberia and the president of Guinea-Bissau. I don't know about that. But in the ECOWAS parliament, I chair the Committee on Political Affairs, Peace and Security. I attend, along with the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, every summit of the authorities or head of states and government of ECOWAS. In addition to attending, I received a communique. Every summit of head of states of government, authority and government, there's a summit, there's a communique issue. So if anybody told you the president went to Guinea-Bissau for an ECOWAS summit, ask them to show you the copy of the communique of that summit. The chair of the authority of ECOWAS head of states and government is President Tinubu of Nigeria. The day President Bweka was in Guinea-Bissau, the President of Senegal was in Nigeria visiting the Nigerian president on a courtesy state visit. He left from there and he flew to Ghana to meet with President Nana Akufo-Addo. So that very day, the chair of the authority of head of states and government is President Tinubu. He was in Nigeria receiving the president of Senegal next door to Guinea-Bissau. So I can tell you with full authority on this air that there was no ECOWAS summit held in Guinea-Bissau. And I can tell you with full authority on this air that Guinea-Bissau don't own a private jet.
Now, Biggie, before I say you continue, let me squeeze this in. Can you also tell us that the president went to Guinea-Bissau? Is it true that he went to Guinea-Bissau?
Now, I know President Ibalo very well. I know the State House in Guinea-Bissau. I saw a picture on, I don't know if it was Kula's page or one of those pages, where the president was being decorated in a native gown. And that picture is at the State House in Guinea-Bissau. And the president who was decorating him is the President Ibalo, the president of Guinea-Bissau. So the president of Guinea-Bissau, I know him very well. I know the State House. I've been there many times, so I know that's where he was. So from that picture, I can tell you that if that picture is anything to go with, yes, that was in Guinea-Bissau. It was decorated by President Ibalo, but I can tell you with all the authority that I have in ECOWAS, and you can quote me officially, that there was no ECOWAS summit held in Guinea-Bissau. You can quote me officially that Guinea-Bissau don't own a private, they didn't even own helicopter.
No, man, no, you can't do this to us. No, let's pause for a minute. Let's pause for a second. You can tell us that Kula lied to the Liberian people. No, you can't do this, Senator. You can't tell us that the press secretary lied to the Liberian people, that the plane was... Do you also agree that maybe the Guinea-Bissau government can charter the plane for our president, Joseph Bweka?
That's possible. That's possible. So maybe President Bweka was going to visit President Ibalo, and President Ibalo decided that he would charter a plane to send for his colleague to go visit him. I won't rule that out. So
can you also tell us that probably another second? Can you tell
benefit?
My last thing is that can you also tell us that maybe now I'm going to do a breaking news here. Don't count on me. I just want to put this out there. Squeeze it real quick. Maybe the American government gave President Bweka a special message for the Guinea-Bissau president, knowing that the American government have no embassy in Guinea-Bissau. Is that a possibility?
Well, I come to America business, I thought ECOWAS business. When it comes to ECOWAS, to this region, I'm currently in Kano. I just had a formal meeting with the Emir of Kano today. When I get to Abuja over the weekend, I will meet with the president of Nigeria. I will be leaving from this region shortly to go to Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso to mediate to see how we can get them back into the economic zone of West Africa. So when it comes to ECOWAS member state, I can tell you you can wake me up from my sleep and I will give you that information. I can tell you that there was no ECOWAS summit held in Guinea-Bissau, and I can tell you that President Ibalo, he don't own any private jet.
Something is not right. The government have to clarify. I should do your second question. We'll go to Paul Kennedy because we have to give chance to our brother Maurice Kisi for him to speak because he got to go. I beg him for only 30 minutes. So I don't want to keep him too long. I should do your second question. Sure. This is getting interesting by the minute.
Yeah. So again, Senator Snow, that's one of the reasons I like your business. You talk the thing, even if it is against you or for you, you just say as it is. This is something we have said on the show times and again. We will always be proving truth. Whatever we say on this show will come back to be true. We said that And let me, say this. It will be the most unthinkable thing to have another country's president using their taxpayers' money to rent a charter plane for another country. Maybe 2089, when we somewhere in space, maybe you. But let me ask you my second question on the rice issue, Mr. Snow. There are certain things we need to clear off because, again, this government believes in lies and propaganda. I'm saying it. I've always said lies and propaganda can win you an election. It can never govern a country for you. One of the talking points they've always been talking around is that the global price of rice increased. India put 20% tariff on rice. Lie. Now, so there's no we know sometimes in 2022, 20% tariff was added to export of rice from India. So if any impact had happened or could have happened, that should have been from 2022. And that was on the white rice, the white long grain. The following year, 2023, that extended to the parboiled rice. And this is 2024. So the 20% increment from the people's country got nothing in 2024. That's a bloody big lies. Senator Snow, again, what impact do you see this rice issue will result in our country? What's the impact you see as a political tactician, someone who's been around the place, knowing about the economy, the issue of rice and fuel? What's the impact you think we'll be having?
Well, I wouldn't know, but I think it's not just good for the country. And I wouldn't want to incite the population. I want to, as you know, rice has its own political and security implications. So I don't want to, cross security lines or anything like that. But I think I would just want to encourage the government that truth telling is very good. And I think when you're dealing with these kind of sensitive commodities, especially rice and petroleum products, you must absorb all of the mechanism, everything available to you, and increase should be your last option. And during that period of absorbing those things, like for example, stevedoring at the port, APM charges, Metex charges, CTN charges, or taxation, when you're absorbing all of those things, you keep the citizens informed, you do awareness and roll over a period, and we have absorbed all of the things available to you, then you can leash our water. But to have the increase as your first alternative, I think it was poor judgment.
Paul Kennedy, please. And then we'll give the time to our brother Morris to finish her up. It's good to have Paul. Just hold on, let Morris finish her up because I don't want to hold him too long. We'll come back to you, Paul. Morris, it's good to have you. I think what's happening is that have agreed to come on school on Wednesday. If you not too busy tomorrow, I know I squeeze you all of this time tonight, and I beg you to come on. But to talk to us, so where are we now? The expectation that this thing will go up to $22.50 in the next 6 months. We're receiving information that the president calling for an emergency meeting tomorrow with the rice importer. I believe they should have done it prior to the announcement. But talk to us now.
So I would love spending most of my time on this conversation because I believe the senator spoke on key issues that myself would love to be a part of the conversation on the cargo tracking node entity that is known as the Global Tracking Maritime Solution, the GTMS, and that of the Metex Scientific, because I play a key role in the trading environment. I would like to be part of the conversation. I'm not in rush. This is a labyrinth issue. And the issue.
Oh, you want to hang out with us? Hang out with us then. Because I asked you for 30 minutes and I don't want to go above it. So stay put, hang with us, and we'll take the ride together. Okay? All right.
So okay. To make a look and say to the conversation that we're basing on the rest issue, right? I can remember in the month of March, the government came up with an executive order on the importation of rice, where all import charges on rice should be put to a hold to create an environment where people will import rice to the country. As you are aware, currently in our country, rice is 100% duty-free, meaning in as much as you are importing rice to our country, it is duty-free, non-taxable. You don't pay taxes to our country. But it's quite unfortunate that you will see that, like the senator said, we have 4 importers of rice to our country: SWAT, UCI, FUTA. These are people that have been involved into the importation of rice and have created the necessary bottlenecks in allowing us Liberians, considering rice to be our major diet, now to have the access of importing this kind of commodity. I believe even the senator here have the capacity, even you don't have the capacity to import rice in the country, to have competition on a market that will allow the end users to take a decision in which kind of rice better suit your taste. But quite unfortunately, they reduce it to people. We thought that the rescue team would have come with the understanding in creating the opportunities for importation of rice to be our hostage. As we speak currently, if you get to the Ministry of Commerce and you are now a recognized importer of rice by the Ministry of Commerce, obviously you won't be given the permit to process an import notification form that
But
gives.
so let me say this to you, Maurice. Sorry, because we're going to go offline, okay? And I don't want to get you muddy.
Okay.
All right. If you understand what I'm saying, I want to save you for Wednesday when I'm in, because we're going to go to the place that you don't want to go. You are not. Are you open to this? If you're a businessman, I don't want to get you in trouble, though. We're talking to a senator that get 9 years, he care less. People will vote for him, people will not vote for him. I don't want to put you in a bad zone because we crazy. You want to take the ride?
So we're speaking the existing realities that we think that is affecting the trading environment of our country, and have the possibility or the propensity to allow homes not to be able to put food on the table for the
Okay,
family.
so you agree. Thank you very much. We'll get back to you. Let me, before I bring in Paul Kennedy to ask this question to Senator Snow. Welcome to the show, Alva. It's good to see you, man. Alva had an accident, but we're happy that you're okay. It's good to see you, Alva. Let me put this announcement out before we go to Paul Kennedy, our brother Mame. This is from the Republic of Liberia, Minister of Commerce and Industry. This is the announcement that just came up. One of our sources listener out there sent it to us. It's fair to say that Honorable Snow, before Paul Kennedy asks you his question, amidst series of discussion had with rice importer and their business community by the Ministry of Commerce with respect to the pending increase in the price of the 5% broken Indian parboiled rice, RR64, His Excellency President Joseph Yema Boakai has invited the importers and business community to a meeting on May 21st, which is tomorrow, 2024, to discuss and find a solution. Jacob N.B. Powler, Communication Director, Minister of Commerce and Industry. Honorable Snow, let me take this away from my brother Paul Kennedy. Is this coming in too late? I mean, Honorable Snow, help us understand what's going on here. Why would the Commerce Minister make the announcement and then we get in this information?
Standard, that's why I just said, information is very important. The matter of fact, the first thing is that information dissemination must be coordinated. When you have the press secretary giving the public one information and the Minister of Information giving another information, I listened to your show last night. When it gets distorted, then it creates crisis. There's something called constituency check. Every time you give your information to your citizens, to your constituency, you must check if that information is going down well. If it's not going down well, then it means you must be able to send it. So I'm seeing again, increasing rice, and maybe the government is telling the truth. Maybe the price of rice gone up. But again, what have you done as a stopgap mechanism? What have you put into place to take the shock on behalf of the citizens and then roll over the information and prepare your citizens? What have the government done? So I think the government had come out and said, look, the price of rice going up by X percentage on the international market or in India. So we are doing this. We are going to cut down on stevedoring. We are going to cut down on NTN APM terminal charges. We're going to cut down on Metex. We're going to cut down. Say what you're cutting down on. And then now we've done all of those things. We can no longer do it. We've met with the importers. We can no longer. But you announce the increase before meeting the importers. I think the government is acting in the reverse. They should have had a meeting with the importers, absorb everything available, and then make a determination after. But you've increased the price and you meet the importers. So if you go tomorrow morning, you meet the importers and you reduce the price, Is that a good strategy? I would say no. You are yielding to pressure when you should have resolved all of those things before coming to the public.
Paul Kennedy.
Paul, give me a time.
Okay, go ahead, Abula.
Paul?
Yeah, he's frozen. Abula
Paul,
is traveling. He's at the airport. So Abula, you go ahead.
Yeah, Paul, give me a time already. So I wanted to speak briefly to the rest issue, and I just saw the letter from the president of the press release. I think it's a being in the town, people been talking about it. Still frozen?
You good? Go ahead. You good?
Okay. So the issue about rice being in the town, people been talking about it. There's been concern from different quarters. Why would they wait until it reached to the point where people intending to organize protests and rally before the president can decide to meet rest importer? But even as he's meeting the rest importer, this is exactly what has happened since 1980. The president will meet all the president will meet the rest importer. You can take the picture from internet of President we are with the rest importer. He has not solved the problem. Senator Snow is providing, recommendation, cut down on Steve Dury, cut down on other poll charges. We've been cutting down on these Steve Dury and other poll charges since 1980s, if not being able to solve the rest problem. Honorable Snow, I want to speak to you today as a big brother, as a senator for my county. You raised a very serious issue on this show. That
Are you from
raised. Come again?
Are you from Bomi or Bobalu?
I'm from Besau in Bomi County.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. My mother is from Bapolu and my father is from Besau in Bomi County. So the point I'm making is we've been raising this issue. Yes, we can solve this rest problem. You raise a very important issue about what we consider to be a monopoly. There can be a legislative action that you can champion. You've not done it since being in the legislature, from representative, speaker, senator. We've not done it, but you know it's a problem. What can we do from the legislative angle to address this monopoly issue on rice? When you get back to the Senate, what action can you put on the floor and rally your colleagues around to bring an end to this monopoly, rather than all just talking about it all the time? Every time there is rice crisis, we talk about these solutions and it ends. Politicians only use it to get votes on their side, but they don't solve the people problem. What can you do now? Now that you know there's a monopoly, now that you know that people are just using IPDs as a means of getting cash, what can you do to address it from the legislative angle? Let's end this monopoly. What can you do?
So, Abdullah, what the government will tell you, and previous government, and it is not limited to this government, will tell you that there is no monopoly because there are 4 or 5 importers, so there's no monopoly. And what they will tell you also is that they have to get secure importers so there will be no shortage on the rice market. But indeed, effectively, there is. So again, like I said, because the Senate will be discussing and there'll be a lot of exchanges between senators on a bipartisan approach, I believe that something may come out of this one this time around, that there may not be a monopoly in place, but if you just limit the importation to 4 or 5 importers and the market is not freely open, if the Minister of Commerce or the country, no one signs RPD to bring in rice until the minister himself signs or authorizes his electronic signature to get on the document. So how can we work on, limiting importation of, if you want to import Dogaflare, for example, or you want to import maybe ratting fish or sardine or boni, I don't think the minister will insist that he himself got to sign. But to bring in rice, if the minister selling something, you can't bring in the rest. So what's happening that RPD is so important that if the minister saying something, nobody can bring it in. Let's look at that. And I think those are some of the issues that will come out tomorrow on the floor of the Liberian Senate.
Public information presenter.
Bringing Paul Kennedy, we'll get back to you. I beg you, Uncle Sam. Let's bring in Paul Kennedy.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Uncle Sam, we know. Uncle Sam, I beg you. Let Paul Kennedy ask his question. I beg you.
Yeah, Miss Stanton, man.
Senator, good evening.
Paul, how are you, my brother?
I'm doing well. Thank you. It's good to see you, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Look, you have a vast knowledge on governance in Liberia. I was a young man, and you manage LPRC. You have clear understanding of this whole issue of tariff and monopoly. To bring rice in the port, first of all, the IPD must be signed by the Minister of Commerce. If that IPD is not signed, you're not going to have the ability to bring rice. And then you need to have a warehouse in the port. Of course, we know the warehouses in the ports are limited. You know, they're already taken, and some people have paid for years of lease on them. So there is this unnecessary bureaucracy and restriction on rice importation process. We also see that there's a protection on how rice can be brought to the country. I say here now, I have a contact somewhere who want to bring hundreds of thousands of metric ton of rice, but they have it in the process. You know, it's still in the, it's not clean. They want to bring it to Liberia. They want to clean it. They want to bag it. They want to call it any kind of name the Liberian government wants to call it, but I cannot even see the light of day. They have discouraged us. We don't have a way forward. So my question to you, Senator, what are some of the things that the Liberian legislature could do for us to open the market to people who have the ability to bring rice so that there's an equal playing field? Because the higher the importer of rice we have, the less the competition, I mean, the more the competition, and the less the supply, the more the supply you're going to have. So, Senator, please address the concern. What are some of the things that we could do as a country to be able to remove some of these unnecessary restrictions from the Senate, from the legislature perspective?
Again, they come back to the same thing. We have to open the market, a free enterprise market. A free enterprise market system is the best way forward. And until the market is actually open and truly a free enterprise, you're going to have this small group of people that will determine the rice price, that will make sure those that sign the IPD are comfortable to keep the price as they want it to be, and we're going to have the same problem. So again, I mean, since, you know, it will be on the floor of the Senate tomorrow. There's a senator, I'm reading the Senate chat room now. The senator who I put a letter on the floor is on the agenda for tomorrow. It's going to be a big debate. The pro tem is entertaining the debate on it tomorrow. So I think I don't want to preempt some of the discussions held in the Senate chat room already. Since I'm not in the country, I won't be part of that debate. But I know there will be a healthy debate tomorrow on the floor. Fortunately, you have the former managing director of the port who knows about this warehouse business you're talking about. He's in the Senate now. Who knows about those charges in the port? He's in the Senate now. He's even contributing to some of the debate in the Senate chat room. And I'm sure tomorrow the debate on the rice thing will be a very interesting debate.
Paul, you have a second question?
Yes, my second question is to the senator regarding the entire process of you know, what review has been done on the CTN, and since we're talking about port and whatsoever, what I heard one time there was a committee set up in the legislature to review these contracts and these documentations to see whether the Liberian government will extend or give additional turn-you time, turn-you to CTN and METEC. Is that true, that there is actually an investigation or review of the METEC existing contract?
Well, again, that I talked about it earlier. It's being chaired by your best friend in the Senate, Amara Connor. I happen to be a member of that, you know, committee as well.
You are his best friend?
I'm just teasing my man, Paul. Paul, my good brother. It's being chaired by Amara, and we've finding out a lot of things. As a matter of fact, you'll be surprised that we have information available that as soon as the government was elected, 2 senior officials of the inner cycle went to Sierra Leone and met with the owner of CTN to make sure that CTN will be protected in Liberia. And that's why CTN, nobody talking about CTN today. We have those information. We have some documents. We're going to bring it out to the public. The committee is going to be very vigorous. We're going to put a lot of things. Like I said, we know what the bodies are buried, and those bodies will be dug out, and the public will get to know. So the issue of METEX, if it was bad in the past administration, it is still alive, then it's also bad now, and we must look at it. So METEX, and still, there's a guy, like I said, there's a guy in town called Nabil. Nabil was a consultant for BVAC. And when the issue came out, he encouraged BVAC not to send in the tender. And he went and got the deal for METEX, went and got a political partner, got the deal in the country. And when the government switched over, just before the government switched over, Nabil decided that he will shortchange the political partner, change all the documents around, got new article incorporation, or open a bank account in Dubai where the to 20% of the government Liberia money goes to a county in Dubai and is bifurcated from there with players. So even Nabi could be held criminally liable for some of the transactions regarding Metex in Liberia. The Metex thing in Liberia is bad. It's bad for Liberia. The transaction is bad. Documents have been forged. The two factions of Metex, one of them now in bed with the government and fully protected by the government, and the other faction is now crying foul, that had a previous political link. It's just a bad arrangement, and I think Nabi and those that he's operating with, either through family ties or business link, and there was a lot of waiting to the president defending Metex, that Metex is good for Liberia and Metex should stay in Liberia, even though Metex have not done anything that they're supposed to do. They've not built in structures. They've not changed the system around. Metex is still using BVAC. BVAC is the one that processes all Metex paper, and Metex receive the money and just do what they want to do. So it's very alarming. The issue with Metex is bad news for Liberia, and I think once Amara returns to the country, I trust his ability and his insight of governmental transactions, and I'm sure a lot of things going to be brought to light when he returns to the country and the committee takes charge of this report.
Wow. Asiba, talk to us. You have two questions, Asiba.
I don't know whether the senator experienced an epiphany, but before I go there, let me say hello to the listening audience out there and to you, the panelists. It's nice to be here. Mr. Senator, for once, basically, everything I heard from you, I just agree with totally today. I don't even know if I should ask you any question and spoil everything. But
no. Let me say sorry for your accident first, and I'm happy to see you up.
Now the car, luckily for me, I was not physically in the car. The car was in the lot and it got destroyed, but I was not in the car. So thank God, and thanks to everybody who were concerned about the situation. I appreciate it, but I wasn't in the car. The time I was in car, 5 person died, so I let it be in car when accident happened. Mr. Senator, the situation with the rice. How can you guys push for Liberian participation? Like Paul said, he probably has a group. I know some other people who've been trying to get into this sector. And they may say they don't have a cartel or they don't have collusion, but everything points in that direction, that this sector is protected. And I was not here to hear Mr. Morris Kiatama, what his position, even though, like Steno said, he's a businessman. But it really is a sector that we should be invested in, we should be participating in. And to exclude us from this sector, is to, let's say, basically take all our money out of here and push it somewhere else, So how do you think we can bring reform to this system for Liberians to participate?
You see, as you know, in the last election, I supported the side that didn't win the election. And I think the Unity Party had a very good propaganda machinery. And that machinery put the Liberian people under the impression that things were going to change. That, when you win the election, we won't fly private jet. When we win the election, we open the market. Everybody will import. You can do what you want to do. There'll be a free enterprise. And 3 months down the road, the more things change, the more things remain the same. So nothing has really changed. So the same actors are still available. The same actors are still around. And if I was a Minister of Commerce as a businessman, I'm not going to reinvent the wheels. I will call the same actor and say, look, you play ball with those guys for 6 years or for 12 years. You can play the same ball with me and keep you on board. So until we can really open the rest market and market as a whole in Liberia, we wouldn't make progress. Rice is our staple food. If there's anything that we should not play politics with, it should be rice. Rice is our staple food. It's what we eat. You get a bread man cassava whole day or get him bread. He says, send down, eat only rice, only cassava I eat, or only bread I eat. Once he eat rice. So until we can really depoliticize and forget about the personal economic interest in the importation of rice, we go in cycles, and 2 months down the road, we still have the same situation as regards the importation and distribution, of course, the marketing of the rice, the commodity of rice in Liberia.
Well, I just want to say, in light of all the evidence and the arguments, I think the Ministry of Commerce will lean in that direction. But let's give them the time to see. But my second question to you has to do with the point you made. The information you all have about MedTech, about CTN, And the fact that this government continues to show some level of approval or to embrace these people to still do business here. If the government continues this way, what can the Senate or the legislature in its entirety do to really stop something? What's in your power to really seek the interest of the Liberian people?
Again, I'm thankful to the pro tem for adding me on that committee. It's chaired by Amar Conan, Senator Augustine Che, Darius DeLong, Bocha Sigbe, myself, and others, Senator Tyler and others on that committee. And the documents that we have available on Metex, if it comes out of the basket, you will be shocked. It's a bad transaction for Liberia. Kogak, again, I will be clear, calls Nabil. He's in town. I think he stays at the Cape Hotel. He brought in a political partner and gave the partner 60%. He took 40%. And just as the government was about to leave power, he changed documents around, registered a new group, and tried to shortchange the partner. And now the share of the partner, he's now giving it to actors in the new government to protect him.
Wow.
And people are now rating the president to continue with Metex. Metex was paying out of 100% profit, only 20% went to the government of Liberia. And that 20% was domiciled in an account in Dubai. So it was never reported in the consolidated account. It never went to government revenue direct. It was in Dubai, and either the LRA or finance could just call Nabi and say, look, out of our 20%, buy 10 cars for this person, or do this or do that. So that account, we're going to subject it to audit, everything that went wrong with that. So it's a very, very rigid reform and exposure that's going to come out of the Metex and the CTN transaction. CTN right now, we know the two highly placed inner cycle members of the government. I'm maybe not direct members of the government, but highly placed to the first family that are protecting CTN right now. And we know what's happening with CTN. I was shocked the other day when my brother Fadiga was protecting CTN. I was laughing at that time. I wonder he went to Sierra Leone too. But CTN thing is bad. I mean, we know people that have been going to Sierra Leone and crossing.
So all of us know we gotta pause you because you're trying to create a situation that we can't handle. We'll get back to it. But Mr. Morris Casey Kiatamba, we want you to give us your parting statement. I got to bring in Jackie and the Chief Cyril Allen got to join us. We can take but so much on set. So please, it's good to have you. Talk to us. And we hope we can have you Wednesday when join us again. But talk to us, sir.
So in my parting comment, I would like to appreciate the senator from the brilliant conversation on Metec and the cargo tracking entity. Metec remain to be a serious problem. We make the cases stand past that they are creating some artificial problem for our economy. Monies that we believe that are going to the accounts of Metec, if government can see it necessary to return this responsibility to the Liberian Authority arm, because UNTAC built a system for them that's called Asakuda in giving rooms to the system in processing customs documentation. Metec have no basic use in our country. We believe that with Metec being in Liberia is an additional burden to the business community. Like the senator also mentioned about the cargo tracking entity, we believe also these are reasons why our doing business index is very bad. Too many people wanting to get involved into our country index is ugly because of these entities. If you go in Sierra Leone, where the cargo tracking entity originates from, these will be called TPMX. They were pushed out of Sierra Leone by the current president. They left from Sierra Leone, and so no other country has supposed to come raise our Liberian people money, came to Liberia, and they were accepted. We believe that the government, specifically the legislature, should look into it critically. That these are players that are within the trade sector that are creating a serious bottleneck, and they need not to be in our square, because their presence in our square will allow us to experience worse of what we are currently experiencing, and it will lead to even more. So we believe that they have no key play in our sector. Government wanting to raise billion as their national budget, but with these entities within our sector, we believe they can reach to that because they are.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to Mr. Morris Casey Kiatamba. It's good. The second, by the way, I believe you are related to Abdullah Kiatamba, if I'm not making a mistake. Our regard to you. You can catch Abdullah on 101 with the CEO as a co-host every Sunday here on Spoon. It's good to have you, and have a good night, sir.
Thank you all so much.
Yes, sir. All right. As we said, we'll be bringing in Chief Cyril Allen. We want to keep the NPP boss on the show tonight to discuss the intent, and that they have some kind of hidden agenda. We gotta dive into it. But before we do that, we welcome our sister Jackie. Thank you for joining us, Sister Jackie. It's good to have you. Yeah, we are talking about the rest issue. Honorable Snow, I want to say this to you. You said you met. I went digging, and these are some of your pictures. Is this the president of Guinea-Bissau?
You are correct. That's the president of Guinea-Bissau.
Wow. So whenever you travel to this African country, they welcome you like this, like your president?
No. He went to Liberia for a program, and he and I rode together while he was in Liberia. The matter of fact, that's a chartered plane that he used, and I know the owner of that plane that he flew in. I know the owner of that plane. It was a chartered plane. He doesn't have a private jet. I know who owned that plane. I know where he chartered that plane from when he went to Liberia.
Is that the same plane he sent for President Waka?
I was just about to ask that.
No, it was a different plane. It was a smaller aircraft that went to Liberia. I don't know who sent it for President Waka, but Guinea-Bissau don't own an aircraft.
Wow.
President Balo is my good friend. So while he was in Liberia, we received him at the airport, and then he and I rode together throughout his stay in Liberia. When he was leaving, I took him back at the airport, and we were together throughout. And I was given that courtesy by the government, the then government, to have the guard of honor in seeing him out of the country. But we are very, very close.
Okay.
Can I ask a question on our private jet?
No, we gotta go. We gotta move around. We can't. I stop Uncle Sam. I gotta stop you, Abba, please. We'll come back to you to ask a question. Welcome, Jackie. Jackie, the conversation is on the rest. We'll be moving now from the rest because we know Chief Cyril Allen is coming. We want to talk about NPP, the way forward. We saw James Barney. We saw Senator Snow. We saw Chief Cyril Allen. They're all making plans to move forward. But we got to be on point because we got but another 33 minutes left on the show. Jackie, the issue about the rest announcement today. Do you have a question for Senator Snow?
Yes, I do. Senator Snow, it's good to see you, and hello to everyone. As a lawmaker, I have a question for him as a lawmaker, and you've been a lawmaker for many, many years. Have you pushed or advocated for anything within the legislature? And you are a farmer as well. And you grow oil palm and other products. So what have you done in the interest of the Liberian people to push for Liberian farmers for mechanized farming? Because Liberia imports nearly everything that we eat. Rice is our staple food. So as a legislator, what have you done to advocate? The budget is being passed every year, starting with the legislature. You guys work on the budget every year to make sure that there's proper investment for Liberian farmers, starting with our most staple food, which is rice. What have you done all these years?
Well, Jackie, we've done a lot. The matter of fact, under the Madam Salif government, we had what we call the Oil Palm Grower Association of Liberia, where Liberians that were interested in the oil palm industry got together to do cultivation and then grow oil palm. And through that program, we've got a lot of Liberians investing and growing oil palm. We've also, if you follow, I can check for that clip in the Weir administration, when the then Commerce Minister went to the legislature to answer the same question on rice. She and I had a very tough exchange. I mean, it was very tough that even the pro-tem got involved. My morning Jinx will tell you that we had a very tough exchange because I felt that she wasn't forthcoming with some information regarding the same rice issue, the Liberian people. And what we've done over the years is to encourage farming. I know that the past administration, there was a trip where the former President Weir, or then President Weir, made to the UAE, and there were plans to do a huge cultivation between Cape Mount and Bomi County. And I was advocating for that region because of Bomi, of course, selfish interest, but to do a huge cultivation so that Liberia could begin to produce rice for local consumption and export. Under the Madam Salif government, I'm sure you know about the 30 million investment from the Libyan government, where major equipments for rice cultivation and production were taken into FOIA. Those machines or those equipment, I think they tend to scrap. Some of them were sold in Sierra Leone and Guinea as scrap. I'm told some of them still in FOIA. So a lot has been done over the years. But you are right, Jackie. I think we all came short of just doing lip service, then actually following up on those things. So again, we've cried the cry of rice, increase in price of rice and shortage on the price of rice in the Liberian market and low production from local farmers. I'm a member of a farming group in Liberia. You'd be surprised. I will send out a stent on some of the rice that have been produced in Liberia. If we were to invest, take a percentage of the national budget, or maybe the next budget, and you're right, Jackie, we could do that, to invest in the Agriculture Development Bank. When that bank was operating, again, when now President Boyka was at LPMC, you had the Agriculture Cooperative Bank that gave loans to farmers. If I tell you today, Jackie, in Liberia, to get loans from the bank is at 12%, 15% interest rate without declining balance. So if you're doing palm oil, you got a loan from the bank for 12 to 15% interest rate, and for 3 months, for 3 years, 36 months, and in 36 months, your produce is not even ready for market yet. Farming is very expensive in Liberia. So again, that we have now an agriculture president, I'm hopeful that things could change for farmers. I think we can now begin to think about investing more in agriculture. Fertilizer, 1 bag of fertilizer, NPK 15 is sold in Liberia for almost $60. The same fertilizer is sold in Guinea Conakry for $30. It's sold in Ghana for $25, $30. So we need to just stop the lip service. I'm not going to vindicate myself on this, Jackie. We all need to stop the lip service and actually do something firm about the farming industry, the farming industry in Liberia, be it rice, be it oil palm, whatever it is, we just need to stop the plenty talking and begin to work.
So thank you. So this leads me to my question, which is similar to what I just asked you. You've talked about what we've done in the past and what we have not done. Can I challenge you today? And when you come back on this show, I don't know when you will come back, but at least to give you 30 days to start something within the legislature, because we just passed a budget. Again, the legislature, that's their budget. But like you said, nothing much was put in there. To start something, to initiate something on behalf of the farmers, including when it comes to rice production in Liberia, to start making these changes and put proposals forward from the legislative perspective. Can you be the champion for that? Because you are a farmer. Can you?
You are right, Jackie, and I can assure you in the public, I will take you on this one. I return to the country around the end of the month. So if you can count your 30 days as of the beginning of the 1st of June, I will take you on that. Within the 30 days, I will sponsor a bill. I will put up a support legislation to increase benefits to farmer and maybe reactivate the Agriculture Development Bank. The arrest agenda, the 8 days for agriculture. So I was of the hope that, by this time we'll be talking a lot about agriculture. But if we need to do it like we did with the tourism bill, we are prepared to do something regarding relief to farmers so that we can boost our agriculture sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I bring in Fadiga, Honorable Snow, we can announce that Chief Cyril Adam will make his time on the show tomorrow or so, because we got about 30 minutes left on the show. I do not want to squeeze him because we know the chief. He will talk us to 12 or 1 a.m. So we want to say to you, Honorable Snow, it's always good to have you, but let's get into some real issue. If we have questions about the rest, you are free to ask. But I want to go back to this. It's disappointing though. I know I decided to be calm because Amir will be joining us on Wednesday. And I don't want to just say everything now. I want to give him the time. But Liberian people will say, why the president couldn't meet these guys prior to the announcement? What was the hate? You're giving this announcement as fast as you can, and the president going back to meet them and calling them, say, come on the 21st, let's meet, which is tomorrow. Is he calling them to ask them to change something? Because I have spoken to one or two of them, Honorable Snow. They said this thing will go to $22.50. They are bent to it.
Stanton, in everything we do, there's the magnitude or the effort we make to show how serious we are. Read the letter you just posted. That letter is from a staff within the Ministry of Commerce inviting the president to a meeting. It's not even from the president's office.
No, it's not.
That's a meeting that has to do with the president and is signed by a junior staff at the Ministry of Commerce. I mean, are we serious? Read the letter, Stanton.
This is a Minister of Commerce letter. A series of discussion held with rice imports and the business community by the Minister of Commerce with respect to pending increase in the price of the 5% Burkon Indian Parboiled rice. His Excellency Jose Imabaka has invited the importers and business community to a meeting.
Signed by who? Communication Director of Ministry of Commerce.
Communication Director. Yeah, Jacob Pally.
You are inviting, the president is hosting a meeting, and it's not even from the Ministry of State, from the office of the president, to show the importance of that meeting. The law is signed by not even the Minister of Commerce, but by the Communication Director. I mean, when your Christmas will be good, you know from the eve.
All right. Let me ask you, man. I know Uncle Sam want to come here, Fatika, but let me ask you real quick. 2029, are you staying in Bomi or you out?
I listened to you the other night sending me to where River says, you want to put me in trouble.
You
can't, River said, we'll skin you. We want you, River said.
Stanton, let me say this to you. I'm one politician in Liberia that have numerous options. And all options are open. The only thing I can tell you tonight is that I won't be running as representative in 2029, but don't count me out for any other elected position,
including president.
Definitely, including that.
Hey.
So,
but you know that if you run it in River G, you'll be running against both. River says River G, whatever the case may be. If that River G, you'll be running against both straps the same way, right?
I have no link. I have no link to River G to want to run there. I have expressed no intention of running in River Says that I was linked to the other now. Listening to you, sending me to River Says and sending me to this place and all of that. I've not expressed to anyone. The only political expression that I'm very clear with ahead of 2029 is that I'm officially returning to my mother party, the NPP, where we're going to regroup our party and make our party a formidable force for 2029, and that is not limited to the presidency.
So, are we opening the room? Are we saying presidential candidate Edwin Mervyn Snow Jr.?
Stanton, the only thing you cannot rule out tonight, you can rule out rather tonight is that I will not run as representative, but I could run as senator, I could be the vice tenor bearer, or I could be on the top of the ticket as a presidential.
Will you run as a vice tenor bearer or the tenor bearer for a political party if Josh Manawea is running again?
I'm going to join. I'm not a member of the CDC. Mr. Weah is a tenor bearer of the CDC. I'm returning, and I've expressed my intention by a formal letter to my party, to the NPP, where I'm going to join my party. I'm very happy that former Chairman Banning, Chairman Josh Morba, Chief Cyril Allen, and everyone else have come up, and we're very clear about going to get the party back to make it a formidable for Sam Jackson. So at one point to the other, the NPP stewards of the NPP have gone into other political arrangement and produced precedences since the NPP left power. And we believe now, come 2029, the NPP herself could be at the front of the ticket, and the NPP could determine the way forward. I think the NPP, under difficult circumstances.
I understand you for NPP, but will you be in the race as a tenor bearer or vice tenor bearer? If you have Jeremiah, let me finish, sir, please. If you have a Jeremiah Kwankun running on the MDR ticket, Unity Party ticket, you have your friend, your brother, former President George Manawea running on a CDC ticket, will you look through their eyes and say, yes, I would declare myself for
Definitely. I have no commitment to either of them. Mr. Weah is my very good friend. I supported him in the 2023 election. The 2023 election is over. I have no political link to the CDC or to Mr. Weah. We are very good friends. We talk regularly. Mr. Jeremiah Kuhn and I had a very good understanding that we're going to run in 2029. I was going to be the top of the ticket. He was going to be my running mate.
You and Jeremiah Kuhn?
For 2020. That was our plan before he became vice president. We had a plan and we were working. We were very deep into our plans. We were going to run together in 2029. He was going to be my running mate. That plan got twiddled when he ran as running mate to Mr. Burkhardt, and he's now the vice president of Liberia. So that plan no longer holds. My decision in 2029 will be the decision of the NPP. For a long time since I left the NPP, briefly joined the Unity Party for I think 3 years or so. I've always been an independent candidate. I'm going back to party politics, and the decision of my party at the NPP will be my decision. So I can no longer speak as an independent. I will now have to speak by.
Who is your party chairman right now?
Sylvester George Mulva.
Who is the party political leader?
Well, the NPP, according to the NPP constitution, I'm not sure who's the political leader. I think the tenure of Madam Taylor expired. But that will be determined at the next convention or the next executive committee meeting. But I know the chairman is Sylvester Morba. That was recognized even by former Chairman Barney when we met at the party headquarters on Tuesday. And I will be following the direction. I can no longer speak as once I'm accepted to go back to my party, I will no longer be able to speak as an individual. I will be speaking by and through the National Patriotic Party.
Thank you very much. Fadiga, you can ask your question. Senator Jackson come next. Ask it do. And we'll go to Paul Kennedy, ask it by, and our sister Jackie. Fadiga?
Yes, the senator just put me on notice after I provide some clarity. Look, as an investigative journalist, I try to do due diligence as much as possible when it comes to certain things that we are discussing on this platform. So part of my research shows that there are a lot of misinformation out there. And sometimes I tend to want to clarify those. I read a couple of documents, even on the same CTN about rice importers do not pay money to CTN. They do not pay duty to CTN. And that information is something that is not out there. CTN is still in Sierra Leone. That is another misinformation out there. I'm not saying it to protect CTN or any company for that matter, but I want us to get to the bottom of the problem rather than shifting blame here and there. Because APM Terminal is one of the biggest corporate. But do not say something. I don't even know how APM Terminal landed in Liberia and the other one MTS. They had one of the main reason why we are facing some of this problem. But so we tend to be shifting blame on the wrong thing. They do pay to Metec. The rice import do pay tariff to fees to Metec, but unlike CTA. So if we do not pinpoint correctly the real problems in this thing, we keep shifting blame on those entities that are minute portion of the problem. And that is my fear. Because people do not want us to engage the real corporate. What we do here is we shift blame around. So I thought I would just throw that out there. Senator, my question here is with APM Terminal and MTS. That APM Terminal has been in Liberia, I think, since early time. And I am told through a confirmed, reliable source that APM Terminal is the one keeping Chancellor in jail. They are responsible for paying for his incarceration, and that is the reason why we cannot get rid of that APM Terminal. Can you confirm or deny that and say what is it with this APM Terminal that we have not been able to get rid of them?
Well, I don't know what's keeping, other than what we read in the international media, and Mr. Taylor went to court and he was found guilty by the court. I don't know of any link with the APM Terminal, Mr. Taylor. What I do know of, and that's being used as a very lazy political argument over the years, that Snow is responsible for passing the APM Terminal bill out of 103 lawmakers, as though Snow was the only member of the legislature because he voted for that. But I've said time without numbers that the APM Terminal decision, I think, was just bad. It was just not a good decision. It was not a good deal for Liberia. And I think the presentations that were made over the years or that convinced members of the legislature, including the then president of the Senate who signed on that APN terminal, who is the current president of Liberia. At the time, he was president of the Senate. I think we all were just misinformed about what APN could do and not do. APM, in partnership with other companies, are doing far better in the Tema port in Ghana compared to what they're doing in Liberia. They've made no significant improvement at the free port of Monrovia. They are charging exorbitantly. The working hours is very limited from 8 to 4. No serious matter port. No serious port anywhere in the world. We have an 8 hours thing and then have Sunday as holiday and then charge people for holidays and charge people for late hours and all of that. If we have a serious port, we should even run a 12-hour shift in the port. We should even work on Sundays, because if you brought something in the port at 8 p.m. will deliberately, along with CTN, Metex will deliberately delay you clearing your container from the port because they want to impose port charges on you, which was causing hardship for the Liberian people. So those are things we need to visit. And again, like Jackie said, I've been in government for a long time. So some of those things is very difficult to just come out as a clean guy, because, you got to be a part of the whole. But I think, and the other day in the floor of the Senate, I made a proposal, and thanks to the leadership of Senator Kanga Lawrence, the Senate will be going for a retreat. I think in the next 2 weeks or so, we'll be going for a retreat. And one of the plans at the retreat is to reform our laws, get the Law Reform Commission to come on board so we can look at some of those laws in Liberia that continue to bring hardship to Liberian people. I was just on the floor of the Senate last week talking about steel rod. Liberians are now buying steel rods from Ghana, bringing it into Liberia because it's costing us far cheaper than steel rod that is produced in Liberia. And again, people are defending the issue of a company having a monopoly to produce steel rod and sell it at extremely high market price on the Liberian market. So those are things we need to look at. Again, if your background was to insinuate that APN terminal Snow voted for it, so he wanted those here responsible, no sir. Well, 103, including the current president, who was the president of the Senate, who signed that law to bring it into full force as a law. And today, APN terminal is bad news for Liberia.
Well, we know it's bad news, but we have not found a way to solve this bad news. We always identifying the problem. The solution is one of the greatest problem in Liberia. We know the problem, but we just do not have the political will to solve this problem. I agree with one thing you said about the government caving in so early, especially with the rice price, knowing that it's our staple food and has some security implication. My next question to you is for, do you intend to, I know you said you insinuated that you will run in 2023. Are you going to be running on this MPP ticket?
2029.
2029, sorry about that. My mind racing way beyond. I can get over that 2023 impressive victory. So 2029, are you going to be running on the MPP ticket?
Well, like I said, I'm going to return to the NPP, and I'm going to return in full. We've having some very good discussions. Former Chairman Barney, I come a very long way. When I was a youth chairman of the NPP, James Barney was my youth chairman in Maryland County, for example. So we have a very long political history. George Morba came from Nepal. Chief Cyril Allen, who is still, like the godfather in the party, was there. He's still there. The other at the NPP headquarters, I actually felt at home. I mean, I didn't feel a stranger like I felt to any other political party headquarters. So returning to the NPP, I'm not returning in half. I'm returning in whole. And if I will run, it will be by and through whatever primary system that will be introduced by the NPP, in whichever capacity I intend to run, wherever I intend to run, and I will ensure that I win the support of the flag of the party in whichever capacity, and I will run as an NPP partisan.
Are you taking Madam Joe Howard Taylor along back to NPP? Is she still with NPP or is she still with CDC?
Also, what I did when I received the invitation from the NPP to attend the ribbon cutting program at the office, I contacted two persons. The first person I contacted was Madam Taylor. And I sent her the mail, I sent her the letter and said, I've been invited to the NPP headquarters to attend this program. Are you going to be there? Are you aware of it? Madam Taylor responded that one, she was out of the country, and the second thing that she got a text message which was very ordinary. She thought she would have been given a formal letter, but by and large, she wasn't in the country. The second person I contacted was former Chairman James Barney. Since he and Joel seem to have their own factions in the party, I contacted James Barney. He was very receptive. He said, Edwin, I would really love for you to attend this program. I'll go be there myself. And I think we should go back to our party and regroup and bring our party back to where we wanted to be. And true to his word, when I got to the party headquarters, Senator Barney was there, and he spoke very positively about political relationship. And he and I have since communicated, and we are very committed in working together in revamping the NPP.
Is Madam Joel Taylor coming back home?
Well, I don't know the plans of Madam Taylor, but what I do know is that Madam Taylor is a member of the NPP, and I told that the NPP is the only political party in Liberia that is not remotely controlled and that has room for all of its partisans. So we all have fell short one way or the other in our stewardship, in our membership to the NPP. But whenever we commit ourselves truly to return to our party, we are received, we are embraced. And I have no reason to believe that Madam Taylor will want to leave the NPP at this time. That's a political home. And I think there's room there for Madam Taylor, and there's room for all members of the NPP.
Answer to your question?
No, Sam Jackson.
Oh, sorry, Sam Jackson. You're right. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator, I mean, were you surprised when Sis Jackie asked you, what would you do as a legislator, and she didn't put the same question to her president, who is an agriculturist, in terms of what his plans are more than 120 days coming up, and why didn't she ask him to make a commitment? You know, why did she ask him? Do you think that's a political? She's trying to play politics with this?
No, I think, Sam, like you do to me most of the time, you see me as your small brother, and sometimes you're very tough on me. I think Jackie and I, she didn't do full disclosure, but Jackie and I have a very close family link. Jackie is like a sister to me. I don't know if she want me to explain the whole relationship, but we have a very, very close family link. So I think she's just being tough on someone that she has a close family link with.
But let me tell you what I think. I think they treat their president as a Teflon Don, a man who doesn't, see no evil, do no evil. They the issue with the ADA lab, the $30 million. He was responsible for that. The FOIA, they dismembered those equipment. The Liberian Agricultural Sector Investment Plan, he played a part in that, and nothing happened to that. And then here it is again. They have an increase in the price of rice, and he put in the cart. I mean, after the horse has already left the barn, he's meeting the importers tomorrow. What would be the purpose of meeting the importers tomorrow when the price has already been announced by the Commerce Minister? Do you see some degree of I don't know, I won't call it duplicity, but I mean, it's just like, it's kind of strange. Don't you think it's strange that he will meet the importers tomorrow and not before the announcement was made? And what do you think were some of the critical thoughts that may have gone into this decision? You talk about the fact that they could have tried to absorb the shock. Why do you think Booker didn't absorb the shock? Did you think Booker is an elitist who doesn't care about the people of Liberia?
I wouldn't say that, Sam. I think what the president, I think he's been a laissez-faire leader, and I think he needs to recalibrate. I think the president has too many cooks in the kitchen, and I think the president has to take charge. My experience on government, coming from Madam Sally, what agents of the executive normally do to the president is that when they fall short of their responsibility, and they are brought to book, they run to the president and say, Mr. President, it's not many people after you. So if you don't protect me, they will come after you. And sometimes some presidents get carried away and think that the genuine criticism that comes to them is about their pressing and not about the system. So I think that Mr. Becker just need to, open his cap, open his mind, and understand that he's in charge. There is but one president in Liberia, and when it goes good, we always share the glory. When it goes bad, they will say it at him. So I think the president just needs to play the role as a president. I don't think the president should franchise the presidency to any group of person or any individual. He needs to take charge and go over documents. There is no reason. look, Sam, you Ben, you are our big brother. I mean, God has really blessed you. You're a handsome man. You very down to earth and everything, but you have a very good age to your credit, and you know about government. If we're talking about rice business brought down a sitting president in Liberia. Liberia man, rice business is not a small thing. So for the price of rice to get increased, and one director of communication from the Ministry of Commerce signing a letter inviting people to a meeting with the president tomorrow, tells you that the president has to take charge. The president should have instructed the Minister of State or the Minister of Foreign Affairs to
Or
issue
information.
or information rather, it's not
Yeah.
foreign affairs, thank you, information or press secretary to issue a release that the president will meet with the rice importers tomorrow at the executive mansion at so time. You get one little director of communication signing letter telling people to go meet with the press. So somebody else will go that letter to the gate of the mansion and say the director of communication said you can meet with the president. Are we joking? So the president need to take charge, Sam. And if the president doesn't take charge, there will be some very hard criticism. It's not personal, and I don't think the president. I think he's been in the government cycle for long to know that these things are not personal. It's not against his persons. It's against the leadership and the
But
two governments.
why so soon, Honorable Snow? I know you're from the other side of the break, but why are we diving into this thing so soon?
Stand on. I think the president put too many persons in charge. There are too many cooks in the kitchen. I'm not close to the president's circle, but when you go outside, you hear that even in the executive mansion, there are factions in the mansion. I mean, everybody get their own little group. Everybody want to be the one to shine. Everyone want to be the one to have the president's ear. So the president has to take charge. The president has been in the government cycle for a long time. He has to take charge. He has to run late hours. He has to read over documents. He has to put his final stamp on documents. He has to make the final determination. Even some of the appointments, if people recommending the people to the president for appointment, the president, even if he's giving those people the deference to say, okay, I will take your nomination, the president should set up a system where at least he will have some kind of exchange with that nominee to know the person, face to face to name, do something to know the person. But it's Stanton Witherspoon supported the president, and Stanton Witherspoon go to the president and say, okay, I have this person to be minister of X at that ministry. And because you owe the president owes a political favor, the president puts his signature on the document or knowing or vetting the president, the boss start up the president's door. So we'll blame the president for those things. I just think the president has too many cooks in the kitchen. The president has to take charge. He has to be the president. And don't franchise the presidency to any group of person or any individual.
As a do.
Yeah, so I know Uncle Sam has already asked one of the questions that I had on mine, but just to also go a little further of what he said, I'm not sure the country depends on the national legislature for its economic policies. I think they depend on the executive that run campaign and say we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do that. So the economic policies of the country is the sole prerogative of the executive, of the president and his team. They depend on the lawmakers to make law to help them implement their economic policy. So the failure of the government should not be the issue of, oh, what you've done, what law you make. They should bring out their economic policy. And, Uncle Sam had taken my question just off my head. So it was hard to come back with something else. But I'm seeing a lot of comments around, Senator Snow. My first question, just to clarify, are you saying you are running for president or you are open for anything? Just to clarify that quickly, because I'm seeing a lot of comments. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying because I wanted to be sure before we go.
Well, I just mentioned that I'm returning to my party and I will follow the decision of my party. And if I'm nominated or recommended or pass through the primary system to run for Senate, to run as running mate or to run for president, whatever the party deems fit and whatever I think I'm capable of doing for the Liberian people, all options are open for 2029. So I said I'm a politician of options. So I'm not limited to a particular position or limited to a particular area. I have options. Unlike many other politicians, I do have options.
Politician of choice. So my second question on something that happened, it is important for us to go back, in time sometime, reflect on things that I've said and know where we are. I know you've got a lot of disappointment with the way the country is being run right now, but there is something particular I thought is important. During the campaign, we heard a lot of people, including the president now, the vice president, and a lot of surrogates, um, with a lot of statements that when the government comes into power, every county will have at least a minister. I got a recording here from the current vice president saying the same, the president saying the same, and many other persons. But I wanted to say, as of now, we have about 8 counties without a single minister from. And we have 10 counties put together that have less representation at the cabinet level, equated to Lofa County. Lofa has 5, and those 10 counties combined got only 3. Senator, I wanted to ask you on your own takeaway on this. Do you think this is the way we should be looking at the country, especially the fact that they said the previous government had everybody from the Southeast, which of course was a lie? What do you make of it?
You know, Isaac, again, when it comes to the issue of tribal politics or party or counties affiliating with political parties, it's something. Liberia is a very small society, and it's good to be. The only problem the government is having right now is living up to those commitments. For example, we all first with George we are for flying private jet. Everybody, Stanton was a champion. Why the president flying private jet? But I can tell you today, the most convenient way for any president to travel from Liberia is by private jet. There's no other way. If you took, I'm coming to your main question, but I'm just going around. If you took up, if the president of Liberia decided to visit Sierra Leone today, from Sierra Leone, from Freetown to Monrovia by air is 40 minutes. The only aircraft, the most convenient aircraft today that can take you from Liberia to Sierra Leone is Aska Air. To fly Aska, you got to leave Rabos, you got to leave your house by 5 o'clock in the morning. The plane takes off 7:30. It takes you to Ghana. It gets to Ghana by 9:30, 10. It leaves you in Ghana. You stay there until 3 o'clock. It comes back, pick you up from Ghana, and fly to Freetown. You get to Freetown 6 o'clock in the evening when you get home, when you land in Freetown. So there's no way a president will waste so much time to fly to Freetown. So the only way to do it is by going with private jet. If the president was to go to Guinea-Bissau, like he just did the last time, and he had to take commercial plane, he will fly from Monrovia to Ghana, from Ghana to Togo. He will wait in the airport in Togo for 3 hours. Then he take the plane from Togo to Senegal. Then from Senegal to Guinea-Bissau. He'll get to Guinea-Bissau 7 p.m. in the evening. That is 12 hours. If you're flying from Monrovia to Guinea-Bissau, it's 1 hour and 30 minutes by air, direct flight. So what the government needed to do, when you take over, you begin to send it. Look, when we ran campaign, these were the information we gave, and we realized it's not practical. So we have to make these adjustments, inform the citizens. But when you try to lie about it, like somebody will say, oh, so today you come on and say the president private jet to Guinea-Bissau were given to him by Guinea-Bissau government when they don't have a private jet. Tomorrow, when the president have to go to another country, you got to find another lie to give. The other day, how many times are we going to lie? My point I'm trying to make is that when the president took over, when he was campaigning, he said every county, I listened to that, every county will have a cabinet minister. When the president took over and that was not possible, you go back to your constituent, go back to your voters and say, this was my plan, but because of ABC, we cannot do it in our first year, we cannot do it in our first set of appointments, but we still have those plans in place. But when you feel you don't owe any explanation that you can now do what you want to do, the people of Bapolu voted back to back, first round, second round for the president. Bapolu don't have a cabinet minister. And they're not happy about that. The Southeast part, you can forget it. So my thing is that what the government needs to do, and during the campaign, the stronger, and without fear or favor, the strongest propaganda machinery for the government during the campaign was the Spoon Network. They took the airways. And that's why the other day when Stanton had his birthday and I said, your character defines you or something like that, some people didn't like it. But it's a scene Stanton today that is checkmating the government. It's a scene Spoon Network that is checkmating the government. When the government does right, they say it. It does wrong, they say it. So sometimes you just need to make the necessary clarification to your people. And I think short of that, the government will continue to be criticized. So like Lofa County have about 5 tribes. So you may see it as one county, but you have the Banis there, you have the Gisis there, you have the Lomas there, you have the Mandingo there, So you have, I think, Mondo or something like that. So Lofa alone have 5 tribes. If you were to give an information and look, during the campaign, we said each county will have a cabinet minister. But these are some of the realities we are faced with today. And we make adjustments along the way. Say something to your people. Make some clarification. Even if the people don't buy the idea, don't buy the clarification, they feel that you felt obligated to them to say something. But you make those commitments during the campaign. And when you have won the election, you think that those commitments can die along the way. Like Delon said the other day on the air. He said during the campaign, the president told him he would declare his asset and make it public. And after the election, the president declared his asset to the LCC, but he never made it public. So the president could not come in the air, or the press secretary come in the air and say, look, the president told him making his asset public, but the president feels that he make it public now, he's leaving office, he get more property, people will question him, so you don't want to make it public. I mean, I'm just giving whatever reason he said though. But say something to the people. And I think the information network of the government has to improve. It has to be coordinated. You have to tell the Liberian people the truth. And sometimes the hard truth hurts, but it serves you a lot of good in return.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy as a Vatuba, and we'll wrap this thing up for tonight. My brother Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Senator. We are here.
You'll be the last. You'll be the last, Mama.
Yeah, Senator, thank you. I think you've heard something of cartel. Do we have a cartel that is managing and manipulating governments upon governments upon governments to regulate the price of rice and the control of the commodity of rice into the country? Do you think that, based on your years of experience in government?
Everywhere in the world, I believe there's that cartel. But sometimes you need to take into account the welfare of your people. Especially, I say all the time that whether it's a myth or it's misinformation or the propaganda work well, the Liberian people hold or held this government to higher standards. So when the government came out and the Fadigas and my brother Ava and Jackie and everybody else were on the air, Stanton and saying, this is wrong and we change this and we do that. And why, George, we are flying private jet? We got to change it. President can't fly private jet. And why so and so person bringing in rice? We got to change it around. And then you take over and then you go back and tell the same people, say, look, we're not going to reinvent the wheels. You guys did it before. You operated with other people. We are the new players. You got to operate also and let's do the same thing. And then you think that, oh yeah, then the standard becomes because the other government did it, so we can do it. If the other government did it right, then the Liberian people would have voted the other government to remain in power. But Liberian people made a decision to change the government because they felt that the government was wrong or the government did wrong. So when you set your standards to that of those that you have defeated or the regime you have defeated, then that's a big betrayal. So again, truth telling. And let's be fair, Chief, if you were to open a rice market today, like Paul said just now, Paul said he got people that can bring in rice. The other day I was talking to Councillor Sai, one lawyer in Liberia. He told me, he got a company that wants to bring in rice. As a matter of fact, he started working for the previous administration. It didn't work out. He's still trying it. There are people I've spoken to. I know people in Senegal. I know people in Cote d'Ivoire that have talked about importing rice in market, in Liberia, on the Liberian market. But the importation of rice, even petroleum products is more even open now than rice. Rice, frozen food. The same group that were importing all the frozen food in Liberia under George Weah, and we say that was the same group still doing the same thing. So the only thing the government will say, look, we ain't got to bring in new people. We just deal with the same people, and whatever they were giving to the other people, they can get our own work with them. And then the excuse become the other people are doing it. You're in talk, so we can do it too. It's wrong. And I think it's just, it doesn't speak well.
Senator, my final question. I want to disagree that the legislature does not have control over the economic situation of the country. They are only there to make law. I know that the legislature has an oversight mandate. And under that oversight mandate, when there is something going wrong, the legislature actually has the prerogative, the ability to cite the executive branch of government, particular officers of the branch of government, to ask them, to make them to report, to make them to give explanation to the Liberian people. Do you all intend to call the Minister of Information or the secretary of the press secretary to ask them why they gave misinformation to the Liberian people about the president's flight to Guinea-Bissau? Do you, as the legislature, have the intention to do so, or do you have the powers under our constitution to do so, Mr. Senator?
We do have it. We do have the power, and you can rest assured that we will exercise those powers. Let me say something publicly. There were two commitments from the Liberian Senate, and I want to respect the pro tem and the entire Senate leadership for those commitments. We live up to those commitments. Commitment one was the current nominees, people that the president was nominating, they're the first set of people. Let's give the president the honeymoon period. Let him have the people he want to work with, except where someone performed dismally in the confirmation hearing. But let's give him the opportunity to have his slate of government officials to work with them. The second commitment was let's work as best as possible without drastically hurting the country. Let's work with the 100-day honeymoon. Let's see, most democracy you would do. Most democracy have a 100-day. If the government doesn't perform well, sometimes it comes short of the honeymoon period of 100 days. We've done those two. The 100 days has expired. We've given the president his people he want to work with. The legislature going to perform its robust oversight. I can tell you that. I mean, if you notice me, I'm talking most of the time, looking at my phone. There are senators. There are over 18 senators that are chatting with me right now following this show and on a bipartisan approach, agreeing with almost everything that I'm saying here. So the Senate, even the pro tem, she just reminded senators that I'm on the air and the letter for the resting tomorrow must be discussed on the floor. I mean, that's how robust that the Senate intends to be. And I don't think we're going to bury anything in the Senate. So, and again, like I said, my brother, the president got to understand that these things will be in his interest. No official should fool the president to say, oh, the Senate calling me. It's not me, the Senate after you, the Senate after one embarrassing. That's not true. It's you who've been unqualified. You are not performing up to expectation, and we hold you accountable. If we hold you accountable and the president don't see the need to replace you or to change you, then the ball goes back to the president. But yes, the Senate or the legislature in this school will perform the necessary oversight and will be robust.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much.
I see you going to Jackie. Jackie, you're muted.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Snow.
Yes,
again,
Jackie.
I go back and I play on the fact that you've been in government for a long time. Liberia today ranks among the 8th poorest and hungriest nation in the world. We now have a budget that is $748 million, $300 million of which goes towards employee compensation and benefits. That leaves a balance of $448 million. Yes, we have the debt that we have to pay, domestic, international debt and stuff. But when you subtract that, you have goods and services and other budget lines that go back into the economy where government does business with the private sector. We know now for decades that Liberians play a very, very small role in benefiting from the overall economic environment in the country. You are a legislator, and to Sam Jackson question, I can't talk about the executive branch because we have a member of the legislature here on the floor, and that's why I'm directing my questions to him as a legislator, Sam Jackson. Senator Snow, what can you do going forward? And what do you think the legislature should do going forward? Because contrary to what Isaac said, Article 34 of the Constitution gives the legislature the responsibility to play that major role as the legislative branch in bringing about economic growth and development in the country, from taxes, charging taxes, all those things within the government, including the budget and what have you, and even commerce and trade between Liberia and other countries. So Article 34 clearly outlined the legislature responsibility along with other articles that talk about bringing overall security for Liberians. My question to you, Ed, Senator Snow, what needs to be done? Because some of our guidelines in the country say, oh, well, as long as we meet the 30% threshold for Liberian businesses, Liberian owned businesses, we good. We don't even meet that 30% threshold according to the PFM guidelines. You are a legislator, Mr. Senator. In order for us to build a middle class environment, we have to change the way we do things when it comes to economic growth and development for Liberian owned businesses and for Liberians at large. What are some of the things that you can propose or you think need to be done from the legislative perspective to improve the economic development rate in Liberia, growth and development rate for Liberians?
Well, Jackie, a lot of things we can do. There are a group of us right now in the Senate that are even having conversation on multilateral companies, operating in Liberia that have their accounts domiciled in other countries. So, for example, if you have Meta Steel, for example, taking iron ore from Liberia, and when the iron ore is paid for, it goes to the offshore account, and then they only send operational funds to Liberia, which undercapitalize our banking system. And because of that, the interest rates high, the banks don't have enough money in circulation. We don't have enough money to pump back in the economy. There are a lot of reforms that you will see coming from the Senate. We are now seeing if you are taking our natural resources or any product from Liberia that goes out, that account must be domiciled in Liberia. And then once you take off your operational expense and you need to repatriate your profit back to your country or to your headquarters, you can do that. There are just so many things we need to do, Jackie. And over the years, the legislature have done so much, but I think we fell short in a lot of ways. And the caliber of people now in the legislature, I think we just can't afford to go wrong right now. We just can't afford to go wrong. So, like you, Jackie, I mean, you work in the last government as one of the principal advisors to the Minister of Health, and I stand corrected. But you know how many times the legislature sent for the Minister of Health to ask questions about the health sector. Now, can we implement those things or we provide oversight? And the legislature is like the auditor. Most time, the person finish spending all the money, they finish investing the money, then it goes the auditor, go and expose it and say you stole the money. So the legislature is not from that implementing arm. We provide oversight, we don't implement. And sometimes by the time they've implemented it, it's gone out of hand, it's belated, and even if we come in, it's just maybe the president may not even have the political will. In the last government, Madam Salif, for example, the Unity Party government of Madam Salif, there was a time where the legislature had to pass a vote of no confidence in Mary Brown and say, we declare you a non-governmental instrument. I mean, that was one of the hardest decisions the legislature made. And what did Madam Salif do? She appointed her as acting mayor of Monrovia. So she didn't have to come for confirmation hearing. She boycotted the confirmation process and she operated as mayor. So the executive have its own way to go around. For example, the tenure team that just went to the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, they didn't have a good lawyer to fight back. But the Supreme Court came and said, look, these people have the tenure position and they must be respected. What did the government do? The government come back and say, okay, we agree with the Supreme Court decision, we respect the rule of law, but the following day, you suspend all the people and brought in new people there to act and then go through the chain of command. And then unfortunately, the lawyers filed bill of information to the Supreme Court and then talk about the action of the executive, but they talk about the suspension. When in the Supreme Court ruling, there was nothing but suspension. So your bill of information should not have spoken about suspension, but to tell the Supreme Court that the executive did not respect your order, they did not revoke the appointment, in matter of fact, they appointed those very people in the position. But then the bill of information was wrongly captured. And so the point I'm making is that most times the executive have a way of going around things, and sometimes then the legislature becomes just a noisy drum. But again, if we begin to do similar things to declare people as non-governmental instrument of vote of no confidence, or even go to the extent and say, look, this person is not performing. If this person cannot perform in this position, we will not pass on this budget line. We will not pass on the ministerial budget or this ministry budget or this agency budget. We need to do better. We need to do more than we are doing. And I think I'm very confident. I've been in the legislature for many years now. I've never had hope like I have in this time around. And I believe that now that the 100 days has expired, with the kind of bipartisan approach I'm beginning to see on the floor of the Senate, I believe a lot of things will change in the legislature, and the legislature will change a lot of things in the executive branch of government.
So, Senator Snow, I want you to go back to your drawing board and think about my question and come back, because I don't believe you really answered it. I think I heard a lot of excuses from what the executive branch has done and has not done. But I was asking from the legislative perspective. The legislator, the Liberian legislature, are among the highest paid in Africa, if not in the world, when you compare it to the 190 countries across the board. You all are getting paid very well. You got very good benefits. You can afford to fly out of the country if you have health crisis and what have you. The average Liberian, your average constituent, is begging you for rice, is begging you for food. And when I say you, I don't mean just you. I'm talking about the legislature as a whole. It's begging for rice, for food, for education money and stuff like that. It's at a point where we really need to transform the country where these people are empowered in their communities economically. And so my question to you, we got $448 million that's sitting on the table up for grabs for the private sector to take advantage of. But most of that money will go to our international business partners as opposed to Liberian-owned businesses. Even the banking sector need to be reformed. You talk about the loans and stuff. The average Liberian person can compete in Liberia if they want to bid for contracts over a certain dollar amount. So again, I'm putting that challenge to you on the table. Please, we have to have a middle class economy. We go to Ghana, we go to other countries. I'm not even comparing Liberia to the first world, but to its peers. And it's time for Liberia to change again. I'm not talking about the executive branch because we don't have anybody in the executive branch here. So you, Sam Jackson, is from the legislature because it clearly outlines in the Constitution that the legislature role in making sure, in helping to make sure that we build a middle class economy. So please do that for us too. I'm going to give you that challenge as well.
Well, I can tell you, I don't think I'm finding excuses. I'm just telling you how government works. I mean, the government cycle, government is...
The Constitution outlines what you're supposed to do, and Senator Snow, and you guys are not doing it. I'm talking about in general.
No, Jackie, the legislature is doing its part. The legislature provides oversight.
Let's look at the concessions too. We have bauxite. We have so many minerals in our country, and Liberians are not even benefiting from it.
Are you exporting bauxite? Are you exporting bauxite from Liberia?
How many Liberians exporting bauxite? Do you know?
I'm asking, are you exporting bauxite from Liberia?
Like as a country, yeah. People are exporting bauxite.
Not true, Jackie. Not true.
Yes, it is. I've met some of them. I have personally met some.
So let's come back on that. I'm begging guys because it's after 7, after 11.
Jackie, I don't think you should get
Let me ask my on the Snow, please. We've been speaking on this, but let me ask you on Snow. I want to ask you concerning.
Will you come back to me? I didn't close. I didn't ask him yet.
But Stanton, you didn't let me finish with Senator Snow.
But I thought you asked 2 questions.
No, I was waiting for his response because I don't think he answered the question.
No,
but like those low-hanging fruit on how we can transform Liberia from the legislative perspective from where we are now to a middle-class economy. So hopefully next time when he comes, we can talk about that in details.
Yeah, but that's why I heard.
I told you that question.
My man, Sam Jackson, we don't have a executive branch here.
Let me give the sister a chance to ask a question. So are you done, Sis Jackie?
Yes, I am.
Well, Jackie, you're done, but just to let you know, in the Senate, I just verified a member of the Mines Committee, Liberia is not exporting bauxite, not that we know of.
I have met, then you're done doing your homework. I
Okay,
have met
so we come
Chinese
back and argue that.
businessmen taking bauxite out of the country. You see, these are some of the things I'm talking about. Y'all go do your homework. Do you all know all the natural resources that are taken out of the country? Whose money?
Jackie will come to that. But guys, we gotta move. Guys, we gotta move on. Guys, we gotta move on.
Are you saying Liberia doesn't have bauxite? Senator Snow?
We don't know that.
Senator Snow, are you saying Liberia does not have bauxite?
Guys, we gotta move. Jackie, don't change it.
No. Let Senator Snow answer the question. Senator Snow, are you saying Liberia has absolutely no bauxite?
But Jackie, there are two things you're talking about. Having and exporting are two different things.
No, answer the question first. Answer, please. Are you saying we have no bauxite? Yes or no?
He can't know that.
Sam Jackson, you're not Senator Snow. Let me just answer yes or no.
Jackie, to my knowledge, there is no company in Liberia that is registered under the laws of Liberia that is exporting bauxite out of Liberia through the Ministry of Lands and Mines.
Okay, do you know all the natural resources and what's happening into our natural resources in Liberia? Are you as a legislator properly monitoring them?
Jackie, we'll come to geographic class.
Senator Snow. No, let me say this.
Jackie, I beg you wait. We'll come to geographic class tomorrow.
But why are you muting me? We're having a low crossfire moment with my senator.
No, I want us to just calm down, Jackie. If we continue like this, Nelson will not have a show and will come back to me. But you want him to name you all the minerals that we have.
No, I didn't say he should name.
He will name you everything the Chinese people are exporting from Boko
Stanton, no.
Exporting Boko boy and all. That's why the senator will name you. They are doing it, but
I never said he should name anything. Stanton.
Stanton, let's make it clear. There are two things Jackie talking about. Liberia having bauxite as a natural resource is one thing. Liberia exporting bauxite is another thing. Jackie said on the show that Liberia exporting bauxite, and my response to Jackie is that.
So go to your research, Mr. Legislator, and come back.
Exporting bauxite illegally, Jackie. The Chinese
so
people doing it
illegally.
Who should be monitoring?
Even if it's illegal, the legislature got check and balance. Why is it that they don't know it? Know about it?
The senator should be looking at Ministry of Lands and Mines. They are not looking at
he has oversight responsibility over Lands and Mines.
Export the bauxite illegally.
Right.
Oh, so if something happens illegally in your country, the legislature doesn't participate in that?
Right, can we please go ahead?
My dear senator. My dear senator. My dear senator.
Jackie, my last comment to you. You are principal advisor to Madam Jala as Minister of Health. You know all the clinics are operating in Liberia?
Mr. Honorable Senator, well, I know enough. I knew enough. You don't know 100%, which is true.
Okay.
But I am bringing it to your table now, Honorable Senator. We have all these concessions, even the ones that you all signed, that's not benefiting the Liberian people. I only mentioned bauxite in passing. And then somehow the conversation stuck to bauxite. What about the ones that we know that are impacting?
Jackie, can I ask you a question? Jackie, can I ask you a question?
What's the question, Senator?
Which one of the companies?
Why are you excusing the senator now? This is my senator. Yeah, I'm asking him because we need to build a middle class society in Liberia. And the senator agrees with that. Go ahead, Senator.
This is not family reunion we're doing on the show. Let me ask you a question. Please. You know the company that exporting the bauxite. Please give us their name.
Thank you.
You know the Chinese man. His name is Jackie Chin. He exporting bauxite. Please give her his name. You know Lee Von Hong, Shannon Hong. You know all of them. Please give us a name. Let's go after them. Can you please ask your question?
For Stanton.
Questions, right?
You're not being fair. Among all the things I'm talking about, I want to mention bauxite in passing and all of your capitalize on bauxite. Why would they go and someone that exported illegally?
Jackie,
Jackie,
That's
to
why
some
we don't
extent,
think.
you are right.
You are actually
Because
in
that
error.
black sand that those people exporting, we don't even know all the minerals in there that they're taking out of the country. So that those are the things that this government should
You
really be
want to go
looking at
there?
too. So Senator Snow,
Abba,
before
you
you
want to
taking
go
notes.
there?
But
No, please, we gotta go, guys. Let
what?
Ava ask his question.
You want to go
Ava,
there?
ask your question. Uncle Sam, let Ava ask his question, please.
They have
Ava,
a
please
license to
ask your
export
two.
the black sand. They have a
Ask your two
license.
questions. Uncle Sam, Ava, get right
the
down
man
to
getting
ask his
static. So thank you. Senator Snow,
Yes, sir.
you know, you commented on the private jet situation and as the best way for our leaders to travel out of Liberia. You know, I will not make that a big issue. On this question, I just want to know, did President Weah own his private jet or was it rented? And then you, as an
Somebody, can we mute, guys? Can we mute? We're getting a feedback.
I can continue.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, do you know if President Weah owned his private jet or not? And then you, as an ECOWAS official, travel is not challenging for only officials. I'm hearing even from Sierra Leone to come to Liberia now is nearly more than $1,000 for a flight. How can you push for regional improvement in transportation? Because look, right now with the continental free trade, Africa free trade, and all those other mechanisms that are coming up, and Africa being a destination right now for everybody out there, how you plan to improve this thing? Because Liberia can really be a hub if we can improve many of these things that can be changed by legislation or just by a little bit more effort on the part of all of us.
So, I mean, you and I know you closer to Joanne than me. So for you to ask me about his personal the man, that man are your man.
I got to clap for you.
You may hire
politician.
You may hire temporary disagreement or misunderstanding, but you must say no, like a man. Having said that, I do not know all of his assets, but I doubt if that private jet is owned by President Weah. What I do know, the same with Madame Sirleaf. You see, Madame Sirleaf had a very big network. And when she was president of Liberia, most of the times that she flew private jet, there were a couple of times where I flew with her on private jet. Private jets were always given to Madame Sirleaf. Out of the Nigerian government, President Ouattara, they were always giving Madame Sirleaf, or even when the president of Burkina Faso, before he got overthrown, before she left power, they always gave her private jet to use. President Weah, there was a time in his presidency where I knew of certain network that gave him private jet to use, and there were times when these jets were paid for by the government of Liberia. I know for a fact I have flown in private jet a couple of times in Liberia on my own, and I have those kind of network that I know also. The current president, I don't know how much network he has, but I think it's just good for the public relations officer to tell the Liberian people if those jets are paid for or who paid for it or who renting it. Because I'm about to be honest with you, if President Beka, July there will be an ECOWAS summit in Nigeria. There's no way President Beka can fly on ASCA from Monrovia to Abuja to go to ECOWAS summit. It's impossible. He will either got to get a president to get him lift in a private jet, or you have to pay for a private jet to use. So the sooner they tell the truth telling will help. The sooner they tell the truth to the Liberian people, the better it will be. Now, concerning the airfare, you are right. The air travel in West Africa is very expensive. For example, it's cheaper to fly from Accra to Dubai than to fly from Accra to Monrovia.
Wow.
It is. If you fly Emirates from Accra to Dubai, to fly Emirates economy class, sometimes $500, $600, $700 at most. Liberia is even more than that. One of the reasons that we have, or they've given us in the region, Liberia has not worked hard enough to take away some of the security challenges we've had since the war. So insurance coming into Liberia, aircraft coming to Liberia, the insurance is very high. Are you aware that today, since the war, Liberia is not even allowed to import firecrackers for Christmas? We can't import firecrackers. So our children today in Liberia don't even know what firecrackers is. Sierra Leone had the same war we have. They can do fireworks for Christmas and New Year. Liberia not allowed. If we have to bring in one round of ammunition to Liberia, we have to get permission from ECOWAS. ECOWAS have to guarantee that permission for even to bring tear gas into Liberia. So Liberia still have a lot of security restrictions that we need to work on. And I think the government has to be more vigilant in trying to get rid of some of those security bottlenecks so that the cost of insurance can drop. It's cheaper to fly in most other West African countries than to fly to Liberia. So there are just some bottlenecks. Then the landing charges, the port charges, the different charges we have in Liberia. We need to look at all of those things to see how best we can work on them. So we have a lot of work to do. And I think by this time, if we can leave the plenty talking and begin to do some actual work that will have a trickle-down effect on our population, on the Liberian people, we stand to benefit more.
Yeah, so just to follow, where that work start from? Does it start from the legislature in terms of legislation, or do you think it starts from the president in the executive or the people?
You know, the foreign policy of the country is driven by the president. And there's a network of presidents. Let me tell you one, there have been 3 big opportunities that President Beka have missed. 3 big opportunities. One, when President Beka got elected, I think less than a month after his inauguration, there was a big ECOWAS summit where all the West African head of states attended except for Liberia. That would have been his debut. That would have been his first summit to meet regional head of states together. He did not attend that. That was a big mistake. The second mistake was there was an AU summit where all of the presidents in Africa attended. Again, President Beka did not attend the AU summit. I think that was a big mistake because the President's Club is a network. You have to rub shoulders with your colleagues. You have to talk to your colleagues. Your colleagues have to see you and know that you need something from them. He missed on that. The third one, the inauguration of the president of Senegal, when the president got elected, because all of the controversy that was around the election in Senegal, all the politics, what Macky Sall was doing, and all the threats, almost all of the West African presidents flew to Senegal to be there. He would have been there to rub shoulders with them. He did not attend that inauguration. And of course, lastly, they just had the OIC meeting in Gambia. You know, the big meeting. I mean, Liberia is not a member, but Liberia would have played an observation role, at least to attend it and meet the head. So since President Beka been elected, he has not been able to attend a forum, a recognized forum of his colleagues, of his peers, where he can make an argument for Liberia, where he can put his case through for Liberia. He has yet to attend that. Wow. And I think the next opportunity he has, he should do everything possible to make sure he's in that room with his colleagues, because the goodwill for him is enormous. But the goodwill cannot come through telephone calls. You have to be able to put the name, they got to shake your hand, they got to call your name, they got to relate to you, they got to talk to you. And I think President Beka missing up on the first ECOWAS summit when he became president, missing the AU summit, missing the inauguration in Senegal. Now the Senegal president is flying around West Africa, paying visit to those presidents that attended his inauguration. He didn't visit Liberia, and Senegal is very key in the region. They just ended a visit to Cote d'Ivoire that the president made. I know for a fact through my ECOWAS network, the foreign minister has a very good ties in Cote d'Ivoire. And I'm told that visit was engineered by the current foreign minister, Sarah Besto. She has very good ties in Senegal. And I think if she's given an opportunity, she has good ties in Senegal. I mean, not Senegal, rather Cote d'Ivoire. And that visit was engineered by Sarah Besto to Cote d'Ivoire. She has similar ties in Gambia. She has similar ties with the former foreign minister in Senegal. So the president needs to send his foreign minister more to do some network. Nigeria, I'm in Nigeria right now. The goodwill for Liberia in Nigeria is enormous. It's unbelievable. But we have made no real push coming to Nigeria. The meeting the president just attended in America was a good meeting. But that same meeting coming to Nigeria to visit President Tinubu, I can tell you he would have gotten more from that meeting, perhaps more than the other meeting. So we just need to network.
Thank you. So you are a farmer, Senator, and you raised the issue of fertilizer But don't worry, I promise you that by December, we got some Liberians working on organic fertilizer for the market that could probably transform it.
When it comes to sell, yeah, you give back. Just ask your question. Every day you study something, man.
No. I'm promoting Liberian. That's what I do.
But we can't
I
get
know.
to that.
I can give any specific thing that can be sold. Let me finish my question, Chief. Then you can criticize. So, as a
Every
country,
day you
we
selling
have
something. Let's ask the question.
opportunities in exporting food, especially stuff like moringa, butter pear, pineapple, even the food crops. So you may be a tree crop farmer. I don't know. I think your focus is palm oil and cocoa, maybe. And those are also potential export products, right? So our rice is very nutritious. The rice we grow in abroad, our country rice, the red rice, and even the black rice. So there will be potential in the agriculture sector, and you being a farmer and a lawmaker, what do you think you can do? Because the international people, we appreciate them, but the projects seem like don't have the desired impact. You know, we got this $50 million this for this project, $100 million this. But what is it doing for our people? We don't even know who the farmers are. We don't know the land space they occupy. We don't know their production capability. We don't know the actual production. Data is missing for these people are here saying the billing systems. What can we do to change that?
You know, someone once told me, and I stand corrected, that when President Weah won the elections, the only job you asked for was to make you agriculture minister, and you got turned down.
I never asked. I was the best.
Okay, I heard you had interest. I heard you had interest in becoming agriculture minister, and the person
I'm telling you now, if people wanted for me to do it, I brought them and exposed them.
Let me answer your question back. Let me answer your question.
All of them.
Let me answer your question, Ava. Please.
No, but he brings
statements
in, and I'm correct. I don't want the people to be biased in our mindset. My man, you know nothing.
No, but the person who told me was credible, and they said to me that you would have made a very good agriculture minister. I'm convinced right now from the question you asked and the line you're going in that you're knowledgeable and I think you're passionate about it. I still believe that we need to.
But why Joe Weah didn't give it to the man? If you know all this, you're close to Joe Weah. Why Joe Weah didn't give it to him?
You see, you can come in with funny question, but
I'll not remember the CDC. Because the book was structured.
The bill in the picture, but he on the side. You're not the decision maker. Okay, go ahead,
yeah,
bro.
On a serious note, I believe that some of the things we need to cut down in Liberia is the issue of consultancy. We spend too much money looking for consultants than going directly to the farmers and giving them the subsidies and the impetus that they need. And once we can cut out those bottlenecks, those middle points, those people coming with the money and they come with consultants and they carry half of the money back, and then the real thing don't happen. So that trickle down effect, until we can really get to it, is going to cost us a lot.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm sorry if I'm pushing you because but I'm in the morning. She will wake me up. I said, you gotta meet yourself. Yeah, we'll come to you. I promise we'll come to you, please, because we're getting a bad feedback from your end. Honorable Snow, I'm hearing, if it is true, I'm hearing that D-Max, the former foreign minister, he has some new appointment representing ECOWAS to Sierra Leone. Who appointed him?
Well, I don't know how you got the information, but yes, in the ECOWAS cycle, I think the former foreign minister has been, I'm told, reliably informed that he's been appointed as the special representative of the president of the ECOWAS Commission to Sierra Leone. What we do in ECOWAS is that the president of the commission has the prerogative to appoint or nominate any community citizen to serve as special representative in a member state. Like in Liberia, we have.
They don't need permission from our government. They don't need.
No. So once it's a community citizen, the only government you need permission from is the government that will receive your agreement. So the president of the ECOWAS Commission can appoint any community citizen to represent him or her in a member state. And what they will do, what the ECOWAS Commission will do, will be to send the agreement to that member state.
So you go in, we understand that, but are they paying back Liberia because Liberia did something to them?
Why?
Do you appoint D-Max to represent the interests? Do they have problem with us in Liberia?
Mr. Ambassador D. Maxwell Kemia was a very key member of the ECOWAS Council of Ministers. He served as Foreign Minister of Liberia. He was very key in decision-making process in ECOWAS. He has a very good network, a good relationship in ECOWAS. He's respected. And if the President of the Commission so desired to have him as a special representative in the member state, is solely the prerogative of the President of the ECOWAS
Not
Commission.
our Foreign Minister, not our President, not you that representing us over there.
He's the representative of the President of the ECOWAS. It's like the President of Liberia appoints an ambassador. So the only way, if the host country
has something to do with this, though, right?
Who?
Joe has something to do with this appointment because he always be on Joe. No, he always be on Joe. I think that's the appointment he was waiting for.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't want to believe so. I know what I do know is that unlike what a lot of Liberians thought of Mr. Kemia had a very good network in the ECOWAS community. He attended ECOWAS meetings and the Council of Ministers, and he represented Liberia very well. And I think it's that confidence that the President of the ECOWAS Commission have seen in him.
Who's the ECOWAS Commissioner? Who is that person?
President Umar Toure of the Gambia, Dr. Umar Toure of Gambia, is the president of the ECOWAS Commission. And Mr. Kemia, if the information is 100% true and is confirmed, he will be representing, he will not be representing Liberia. He's not Liberia representative to Sierra Leone.
Correct.
He's a representative of the president of the ECOWAS Commission to Sierra Leone.
And that guy, he's the president of Gambia.
No. So the way ECOWAS is structured,
help us understand. We really want to know what Liberia did to this person.
No, the way ECOWAS is structured, so ECOWAS have like the 3 branches of government. So a country will nominate the president of the commission. That president of the commission is not a president of the country. He's actually runs the day-to-day activity of the ECOWAS community.
But what actually Liberia did to him that he will call Kemia? Not anybody, but Kemia, man. I mean, he got problems with us.
The president of the ECOWAS Commission has a prerogative to appoint any community citizen. The president has to be a community citizen, member of.
You understand that, Senator Snow?
But stand on. This should be an honor for Liberia.
Right.
Stand on. Appointing a Liberian as a special representative should be an honor for all Liberians.
Let me ask my question. I forgot the first.
No, let me finish my second question. You can come in, man. Jackie, those are the questions you should be asking. You asking about jacket chain, importing or exporting.
So I'm asking about stuff that will impact us economically. What I mean, appointment got to do with the economic growth of the Liberian people center.
Yeah, but you don't
if the former foreign minister got a job somewhere else, that's good. I mean, I wish him all the best. Well, but what I want got to do with my snow sitting down somewhere in her market.
Okay.
No, ain't got nothing to do with her.
Okay. No, we're getting up. Oh, it's from Jackie. The feedback from Jackie. So
I told you I'll be congratulating Mr. Kemia. For
what? For what?
ECOWAS special.
When I received the information, I thought it was a joke, but I didn't know you were you are confirming something good because I was going to announce this 2 days ago. I thought it was a joke, so I kept quiet. But if it is true that I see what he went there, Joe, we are anywhere Joe we go. Joe, I want to ask the Dohos he went with Joe. It was because of this.
Even as opposition, he's
still
Kemia and using kind of competing for who will be chief of staff or the next.
Well, then President Weah is a powerful man. I think President Boyka should tap in his.
But guys, I want to ask you a question real quick. Senator Snow, we hope to have you back because it is important for us to have this discussion. The medtech issue, we have so many documents in my possession, and I was surprised a minister in this government didn't know how deep medtech have destroyed our country. The CTN issue, the same thing. I hate to say this, but I don't think people are being fair to Joseph Yuma Boyka. Or maybe President Barker is not being fair to the Liberian people. Somebody got to correct us. One thing I've asked the president, I don't want a job in your government. Please don't give me any. And because of that, I want to speak freely every day. Whether you join me to support President Barker, like Jackie did, we raised money here. We told Fadika from ANC. We told people from all over Dr. Richardson, Ed Remy Gray. We transformed them. They all supported President Barker on this show. But we remain firm to support the Liberian people. I'm hearing issue about car power, Senator Snow. The $6.2 million that should have been given to LDC. Please correct me. I have not spoken to the pro tem. I'm hearing that the pro tem and other senators are now transferring that money for car power to provide energy to Liberia. How true it is, Senator?
Well, I know that came through the budget debate, and I think the pro tem explained that that money is for LEC, and I have no reason to doubt the pro tem. But I hope that the information for car power is not true, because car power has not had a success story in our region. They failed in Sierra Leone. The matter of fact, they were very exorbitant and they were not reliable. They failed in the Gambia. They were used some part of Lagos. They didn't produce very well in Lagos. So they don't have a very good reputation. It's a Turkish company that hasn't done well. And I think if we have money, we should invest in, increasing the capacity of LEC or paying our bills to the Cote d'Ivoire so we can get more electricity. But I think the issue of the car power is not good for Liberia. And I wouldn't want to link the pro tem to anything that doesn't spell well, because that's someone I've known for many years. I have explicit confidence in her character. I have explicit confidence in her as a person. I don't want to link her to anything like that. But if it's true, we will discourage her from being a part of it. But again, like I said,
but the budget line say LDC, not car power. Who in your Senate chat room? Because I respect this group of senators, right? I am not going to put out text messages, some good people in the chat room sharing with me. But it's there. You guys had an argument in the chat room. You guys went against each other. Why are we directing this money to car power? Why even the suggestion they made?
I didn't read that chat in the Senate chat room, so I wouldn't comment. But
Yeah, I don't need to confirm it. This is Spoon. I mean,
I know
that you want to push me. If I put on a text message, then you say, send on your share text message. I'm not doing it. But again, who directing the money to car power? Senator Snow.
So I know that questions were asked for the finalization of the budget. The matter of fact, what we are doing now in the Senate, we are still arguing that we need to see the final figures of the budget that the president will sign. We still have not seen the final figures of the budget. As a Senate, maybe it will be available tomorrow. But if there's any money or such in the budget for car power, you can rest assured that the Senate will robustly oppose it. I mean, the questions came about where we asked the hard questions, were informed. They first appeared in the budget for car power. And when we saw clarification, we were informed that no, it was a mistake, it's for LEC. If anything changes and that money is not going to LEC, you can rest assured that even some members of the House of Representatives I spoke to before leaving Liberia, even today on the telephone, they all have concerns. So not just the Senate, representatives have concerns, senators have concerns, and I can assure you that that money would not go to car power. If anyone attempts to do that, I think that person will be exposed. And like I said, I can stand in defense of the character of the pro tem. I don't think she will get involved in anything messy like that.
Thank you very much, Oliver Snow. What to say? That's end our program for tonight. I said, though, we got to go. We got 10 more minutes. I beg you.
No, but I just wanted to, on the same budget issue, I was concerned on it as well. And I wanted to make a little clarity to my brother Paul. You know, it's been like May is ending now. We're going to June, half of the year. The budget is not out yet. Then I'm concerned what is going on. I'm not sure if we've had a time when.
Are you surprised, Isaac? Are you surprised?
You know, based on what you know from, I'm not sure. I'm so surprised, but half of the year without still get the budget stuff set up yet is a little concerning. I'm not sure what is going on, Senator. But the clarity I wanted to make quickly before I leave on. Or Paul, I know you were responding to me to talk about the legislature if they can impact the economy or stuff. Now, take this for a typical example. Like I said again, the legislature cannot implement or set the agenda for economic parties of the country. The president should, the executive should. Now, the lawmakers can make a law and say, listen, every house with 3 bedrooms should pay $2 as property tax. Now, as to how that money is paid, how the people get to pay it, how the government collects it, it's not on the legislature. So you can ask the legislature, say, but why the government get the money? No,
but the legislature can specify it.
Other
The executive implement, the budget belongs to the legislature. And all revenue, taxes, tax levied, fees, fine, it comes from the legislature. The executive can't do anything without the legislature.
So guys, on this note, I want to say thanks to everybody. We are getting the back feedback. I think we want to say thanks to everybody. I don't know, you asking me a question?
Yeah, because anytime has a mic on, your mic, the echo there.
Yeah, it's not me, that's Jackie.
Yeah, we didn't see how.
Why you keep muting me?
Jackie, we don't get to the bad feedback. The echo is coming from you, though.
Myself.
So it's not that I want to mute you, but it's
that female on the show today, and you keep muting me. Ain't you see that?
When
Jackie, we mute you because the feedback we are hearing ourselves. That's what I'm saying. It's like the echoing coming back from your end.
Okay, well, I will mute myself.
You want to say something? We are about to leave. You want to say anything to Snow? You can go ahead now.
I just want to say it was nice seeing Senator Snow on the show. This is my first time having an interaction with him on the talk show. So it was good chatting with you, Senator Snow. My main thing is, I think all of us, all Liberians, is our concern, whether we're in the executive branch, the private sector, the legislature, or even the judiciary branch, that we prioritize. You know, politics, as you know, Senator Snow, issues regarding politics is seasonal. So for me, what is important right now is for us to build, as a citizen, I'm speaking as a citizen of my country, is for us to find a way to start building a middle class in the country. So that's why I'm so passionate about it. And that's why I'm, you as a legislator, putting on the floor to you, appealing to you for us to revise laws and policies out there, including the concessions, so that we now have Liberians who are economically empowered. There's something called growth without development that happens all the time, but the people are not really developing. I'm sure you as a legislator, you're tired. You got your salary, but you're tired of seeing people coming to your doorstep every single day asking for tuition, asking for healthcare money and stuff like that. So let us see what we can do to build a middle class economy, to empower our people so they can be able to take care of themselves no matter where in Liberia they are. So that's my number one priority, and that's why I was speaking to you about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't mute you intentionally, just because of the feedback. We're going to come to you, Uncle Sam. Let me just play this video very quick because the Snow spoke about this video when the newly elected president of Senegal visited Ghana. Oh, no, not this one. This not you. This one.
It's a special day for us here in Ghana. The new president of Senegal, the young man who's now become so famous across the continent, has decided to pay us a visit to come and say hello, introduce himself to us, and continue the relationship, the excellent relationship that there is between Senegal and our country. So I'm very, very happy that President Bassirou Faye has found it possible to come and visit us today. It's a brief visit, but it's an important one. As you are aware, I went to his inauguration because of the history between our two countries, and also because his election was a source of reassurance to all of us who are interested in the democratic future of our region and of our continent. Because it appeared at one time as if Senegal's reputation as a country committed to the principles of democratic accountability, respect for human rights, rule of law, was being jeopardized. But fortunately, good sense prevailed, elections were held, and out of the elections, Mr. Bassirou Faye emerged as the clear, convincing winner of the elections. And the manner in which he ascended to the presidency has brought peace and unity to his country, and that again, that Senegal is going to play a very important role in the development of the ECOWAS community has now been fully confirmed. We're lucky in having a new leader in Senegal in place, because I think he's also going to help us try and resolve the big problem that we have in the ECOWAS community, and that is the purported departure of 3 of the key figures, key nations in ECOWAS: Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And President Faye is very committed to seeing what he, together with the rest of us, can do to reach out and begin to revive the dialogue that would enable us to extend the hand of friendship and brotherhood to these 3 countries and find a way to bring them back within the ECOWAS community. It's a historically very important set of measures that we have to be taken to enable that to happen. So we're very happy to have you here, Mr. President, as I indicated to you.
Du fond du cœur, Monsieur le Président, et avec vous, le peuple ghanéen, amis et frères, pour l'accueil si convivial.
I thought it was only befitting for me to come here to visit you, to continue expressing our feelings of solidarity and fraternity with our sisters and brothers in the sub-region, in the region, and at continental level. I am here because Ghana and Senegal have a common destiny.
Par l'histoire, la géographie et appartenant au même espace communautaire, la CEDEAO.
So we need together to strive to achieve peace, security, stability, unity, and democracy. And it is very important for us to make sure that we succeed in our regional economic and political integration. And I would like, therefore, to thank you for all the efforts you are making tirelessly to make sure that we achieve our common ideals of peace, stability, democracy, human rights, and development. We need to make further efforts in order to strengthen integration so that we can free our respective peoples from the difficulties of life.
À qui j'adresse tous mes souhaits de bien-être et pour le bonheur et la prospérité du peuple ami et frère. Vive le Ghana.
In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to please ask you to raise your glasses for my dear brother, President Akufo-Addo of Ghana, and pray for the well-being of both him and the peoples of Ghana and Senegal.
Wow, that was very, very interesting. Wow, Senator, it's up to you. I know we got another video that I just asked Nelson to put up concerning the visit he made to Nigeria as well. Uncle Sam, you go first, and we'll go to Fadika. Then the senator will take us home.
Senator Snow, has President Boyka ever, invited you for a tete-a-tete to basically give him an overview of Liberia's not the role in ECOWAS, but in terms of some of the outstanding issues that you could help him with to improve the network? Has he ever invited you for a meeting?
Not yet.
Okay. The second question I wanted to ask you is, you said you're coming back to the NPP, okay? I'm in the NPP. What do you think will be the this whole Bini and cis dual situation? Are you willing to facilitate some sort of an amicable resolution of this?
Definitely. NPP can only be a strong party if there's one NPP. We cannot afford to have two or more NPP. There will be one NPP, and thanks to Chairman Josh Morba, the day he spoke while I was there, one of the things that he proffered so far is to ask me to help on a reconciliatory role in the party where we can encourage the likes of Louis Brown and others, Sam, I look forward to working with you on that if it's materialized.
Yeah.
And to see how the fact that even Senator Barney went at that program and recognized Josh Morba as the chairman of NPP, it spoke a lot of Barney's character. So we look forward to having a meeting with Joel and former Vice President Joel Howard Taylor and former Chairman Barney to see how best at one point in time, Sam, we all left the NPP, went our separate ways, did what, but the NPP will still be home. It's the only political party I can go to and wouldn't feel as a stranger. So again, it's important to get the Barney faction and the Joel faction together to work for one NPP. The fact that Barney was there, Barney had made commitment to getting some furnitures and air conditions for the office. He recognized the George Morba administration. I think it's a new day for the NPP, and we all must take advantage in truly reconciling our party.
So send back to the NPP, saying you're going back?
What? You didn't see me go back to the NPP?
Send them back since the election time.
They're bringing Sam back.
I went and I recommitted myself to the NPP.
I follow that show. I follow you that day.
The day President Weah announced that he was giving NPP, for the day President Weah announced that he was giving NPP, I think something $100,000 of that, or Sam went back for
$2 million.
Yeah, Sam went back for your own money. So Fadiga, go ahead. Fadiga, go ahead.
My question, please give me my two. It will be quick. My first question have to do with this rubber, this moratorium.
We'll finish with the question, then you bring it back to the question. We close here, matter of question. We don't.
It's not question.
The senator is here. I gotta ask this question.
No.
It's very important. Paul, you want me to ask my question too? Senator, please. Hey God, why I can't? All right, I'm closing. I close it with two questions. Senator, can you please talk to us about this rubber moratorium? One of the things that these guys keep talking about value addition. There's no clear cut on what that addition is, but we seen we had a show here a couple of weeks ago where certain individual Jetty had 2 or 3 people here advocating for him that the ban should remain in place. And I'm thinking, why can't we have one sector, especially this sector that have been in Liberia since 1926, for Liberians to at least become millionaire in this industry? And Jetty, from steel to everything that he has monopoly over, now wants to control rubber. What
Jetty is not into steel, sir. It's not into steel.
Oh man, the people got monopoly over Sony. You won't tell me again? Who they get out to company the monopoly to the steel monopoly to?
You're not SETI.
Yeah, all right. I see thing. I see in the
you don't even know the true story. SETI
the city is Jetty. But anyway, that's not the problem. Martina is on rubber. Martina is rubber. What can the legislature do? I know the president is on it. Do to protect Liberians from this other new monopoly that is creeping in the rubber industry? That's why.
And Frederick, it comes back to what I said, that when the new actors say we play ball with the old actors, because the moratorium was placed by the former government, and the government you campaign for to bring change agree with the moratorium, agree with the executive order. So I should be asking you, I mean, when you campaign, one of the things you told us was wrong. You now have power, you say is right. So what has changed then?
Fair answer.
Fair answer. Senator Snow is a senator. He also has oversight over this issue. That is why I'm asking, in your capacity as senator, I like the political answer, but in your capacity as senator, what are you willing to do for the brokers and small farmers so that they can save this industry from the jetties of the world?
We had a major Senate hearing, and I think I mentioned it once on the show, where Firestone even walked out of the hearing because
Correct.
2 senators were in the hearing that were on UN
Concessions.
Senate. And the Senate is still pursuing this matter. There are still ongoing talks with the executive and with smallholders and big farmers on this moratorium or executive order. But we have not had sufficient explanation from the executive why are they continuing with the executive order that was condemned during the campaign.
And that's a good answer. But
My
let
last
me
one is
go ahead.
the assets recovery.
It's saying the question late, Senator Snow.
Nobody said this question out. My man, I know that someone.
Go ahead now. We gotta go.
The asset recovery. We know that it has hit a snag for the first few months. One of the reasons we won this election was because the Liberian people wanted accountability. They wanted us to audit the past administration, and they believed that it would be the way forward to put in that deterrent mechanism. Do you believe in this asset recovery process, and do you think that it is a step in the right direction to bring about accountability for Liberia?
The asset recovery, it's not the first time that our government has done or put into place asset recovery. And I think once asset recovery has no flavor of witch hunt, it's a good exercise. Because, some of the problems we have in Liberia is misinformation and the myth. Because sometimes we accuse people wrongly. And this could be an opportunity for people to also be able to vindicate themselves. But I think the first big misstep of the asset recovery, when they went after, I think, Finabolo Texas, and everybody thought it was good. Some people thought without due process, without getting the actual facts, it brought a flavor or taste of witch hunt. And then now with the mass resignation and condemnation, coming from Martin Colley and Emmanuel Gonkwe and others, I think, talking about, thousands of dollars on rental and the different things that have been published out there, I think it's dead on arrival. I know it was published in the court. I think the process has been challenged in the court. The small amount from the legislature that was given is already used on just renter. I strongly believe it's dead on arrival. So my suggestion to the government would be to empower the LECC. There are anti-graft organizations and establishment institutions in Liberia that we can establish, that we can empower, not establish, empower to make sure that they do what. The LECC has enough power to go after people that took public funds, people that accumulated or ill-gotten wealth. The LECC has the authority and has the power to do it. Why duplicate the LECC when you already have the LECC in place?
Yeah, but just to add, Councilor Martin said they have not received no 311,000, but yet they have got into agreement to pay 45,000 for the rental space. Then he said, no, they are using my office. So there's a lot of boo-ha-ha to that story, and only Jackie can help us understand. Let me go back very quick to the Kemaya discussion. I think we were just playing around, but your answer is confirmed. My sources telling me yes, indeed. But yes, a situation, if President Walker think that is a slap in his face, he can speak to his counterpart, and they will make the decision not to send him. Because the commissioner,
I stand corrected, but I think Sierra Leone have accepted the note verbal or the agreement from ECOWAS. I think it has been accepted already from Sierra Leone.
So is Sierra Leone playing hardball with President Barker, or President Barker didn't object?
I don't think there was any official communication from the government. I don't see why would the government want to prevent another citizen who has no indictment or conviction or anything.
But my question to you, Honorable Snow, the government can oppose and the president can use the office and his position within the presidential cycle to prevent that, Commissioner, right?
If the government, you see, Stanton, the thing about ECOWAS is sometimes we're very careful. A lot of people have condemned ECOWAS, and for good reasons. Because when ECOWAS begin to play into national politics, then it takes away the essence of ECOWAS. ECOWAS should not get involved into national politics. If Mr. Kimia is a convicted criminal in Liberia, which I have no record of such, or Mr. Kimia did anything wrong and is on trial in Liberia, the government can make the representation to the president of the ECOWAS Commission, say, this man you sending to Sierra Leone is a criminal in our country, he's being convicted. Then that can be, but without cause, just because maybe he's not a rescue mission or he's not a United Party citizen, then you deprive him. You know, similar thing happened.
We are losing you, Senator Snow. We are losing you, Senator. Senator, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
So I'm saying, you know, that once Mr. Kimia is not convicted of any crime, I don't think he should be deprived his right to live and to fight.
Happen. Understand that, but my question to you, and I want you to just help me. I understand what you're saying. The president of ECOWAS Commission reports to the authoritative head of state and government, of which President Bouakai is a valued and respected member. That's correct. An objection from President Bouakai to his colleague will rescind that appointment. Is that true?
For a cause.
Okay.
Why you want Bouakai to rescind the mayor appointment?
Listen, folks are watching the show and they having conversation with Snow.
Yeah, because those are mean-spirited people. Stanton,
let me ask you a question. No, listen now, folks are watching the show. They get right. They get right to share. They get right to.
The man getting a job.
They have right to share their view too, Uncle Sam.
That's not a sharing of view. That is being mean-spirited.
Uncle Sam, please. Let me ask you a question. What's going on with all our foreign services appointment? Joseph Bouakai took over 4 months now. What's going on? Ambassadors and other foreign service members. Why are we delaying with this, Senator Snow? You are on that committee. What's the problem here?
Well, I know that I think there was some budgetary restraints concerns. The budget had not been passed. And in the budget we just passed, there were money now for the foreign ministry to pay attention to foreign missions. So people that should be recalled will be recalled. People that will be reappointed will be reappointed, or fresh appointments will be made. But I think from what I've followed so far from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I think the minister comes with a very clear vision. And if she's given an opportunity and the budgetary support, I think she will rebrand the foreign service of Liberia.
No, but don't you think it's killing our foreign service mission with the same people that your friend President Weah put in prior to him leaving 2-3 weeks to his departure, sending 65 of them overseas to serve in different countries? Don't you think, looking at what we are looking at, really killing us? That the
Stanton, I don't support, or I never supported that decision. I think that was not a very good decision. But it was a decision of the government of Liberia. Whether we agree or don't agree, it was a decision, and those people now represent Liberia legally. For example, those that went to America, they were given U.S. visa to go to America and represent Liberia. Those that went in other countries were given a green light to go. So to get them back into Liberia, you have to repatriate them. You have to send them money to put their things on ship or send an air ticket, get them everything to send them back. So it's very expensive. It's a very expensive process. Even, for example, now you try with Liberian diplomatic passport, they got to look at it to make sure that it has only 2 years, you know, or else you won't be allowed to use it. So there are a lot of
things. Current just left. He's in the hotel. Current just left. Is that Bella Casa you in Fadiga? I mean, Moda, the Commerce Minister Hotel. So thank you very much, Honorable Snow. It was always good to have you. You come on the show very strong, though Jackie disagree with you, your own family member, Jackie. But one of the things, we love seeing you again.
That transfer aggression.
You see, she put her mic on. She put her mic on to get the feedback. Whenever she put her mic on, we get feedback.
Jackie, just take your mic off for the rest of the show.
But Uncle Sam, somebody want to ask you this question, and that's the last question we're going to ask you. The president said that he's threatened to shut down Western Cluster. I mean, given the chance now, can you just close up? You're doing your closing, but speak to this. I can't let you go without you speaking to this.
I think that's one of the best questions tonight, Stanton.
Thank
So,
you.
Stanton, when we work with the CDC-led government in bringing Western Cluster back, and we got with by almost everybody on the show, Sam, starting with Sam Jackson and you and all of that. The reason was that Western Cluster had made commitments that they will come back and, improve the healthcare delivery system in the region, in the 3 affected counties, that they will come back and do housing units, that they will come back within 3 years, they will build a new railroad to transport the old. And Western Cluster have fallen short of those commitments. Today, rightly, like the president said, and for once, I fully agree with him, they're damaging the roads, they're damaging the bridges. So I support the president in shutting down Western Cluster, and I believe Western Cluster violated the terms and agreement and the spirit of the MOU and the MDA. So even the monies that were waived, that we all advocated for based on the things that they promised to do for the Liberian people, they should pay the money back. We have no particular interest in, our first interest in Western Cluster was to provide jobs for our people. When Bomi County was rated as the poorest county in Liberia, and there was a company coming back that had made commitments to provide better healthcare system and education system and improve our living condition of the living condition of our people, we embraced it. But if they fell short of those things and the government has shut them down, and that's why even last Thursday in session, I criticized the Minister of Public Works because they publicly suspended the license of Western Cluster, and then 2 days later, Western Cluster was still trucking oil. And when we raised the concern, they say, oh no, Western Cluster has ship in the port, so they allow them to truck to load the ship. I thought that was the meantime you should stop them. So
that's the game.
I was disappointed about that. I think it was wrong decision, and I think Western Cluster should remain closed and let them, whatever monies that we waive, they should pay it, and those commitments, they should not be allowed to truck one more dump truck or oil on that road until they can build a railroad. We got whipped for it, but we thought that it was to provide better living conditions for our people. Even the social development funds for the 3 counties, they are in deficit. So it's a big slap, to those of us that advocated for the welfare of our people. But I don't think it's late to have it corrected. And I'm hopeful that this government, especially with the president having his weekend role as Bombing County in Tottenburg, will see the wear and tear on the road, and then we will do something about it.
So you're in for the agreement?
100% agreement. And I'm disappointed that the Minister of Public Works lifted a ban after.
Yeah, but Roden Guinness played this kind of $22 million dirty, dusty, multi-road game. That's why you always say so. For me, I would just say as it is. We are all friends, so if you do the same thing in the snow, I would say, let me get $22 million you gave up Muddy Road.
Stanton, that's why I said publicly and privately that you've been one of my biggest critics. But if you will criticize everyone rightfully, and when you correct the information, you will say it's wrong, I respect you for that. And that's why I come on your show whenever I'm invited. We're not best of friends.
I see why Jackie came here, because she was on the other side. You couldn't go there, so you had to come here to find you. Honorable Snow, what do you make about the investigation of the $2.5 million of donation that was done by Saudi Arabia to renovate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under your friend Josh Manaway government? And up to now, there is no head, no tail. We can keep that for another time, though, because we don't have enough time. But we hope to have you back before the weekend, Honorable Snow. $2.5 million donated by Saudi government, and Joe, we have put that money in his pocket. Look at the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
I'm told that massive renovations work have been carried on there. I know the car park. I know there were new elevators there. I even heard that people got killed in.
On Joe, we have administration.
Yes, I think Mr. Kemian had a big program there and turned over something. There was a program during the transition where Mr. Kemian had a ceremony there. The diplomatic corps was invited. I was invited at that program. Unfortunately, I was out of the country.
You're out of the country? Well, we have to bring you back for us to really go into this. There's a lot of information coming up from one government to another. We appreciate you, Honorable Snow, a lot. You're very good person to come and talk to on this topic. We said thank you very much for always accepting our invite, and you're always welcome. Hope to have you on the weekend. When will you be back in Liberia? You're traveling a lot, bro.
Well, the job I do in ECOWAS, it requires a lot of engagement. I'm in Kanu. From here, I'll be going back to Abuja. I'm scheduling a mission now to Burkina Faso, Niger.
And all these things are private jet, right?
No. But Stanton, I have some very good friends in the region that sometimes allow me to use the
Jackie Wong. Senator Snow, what happened to the echo currency? Just curious about that.
You know,
Is it still on the table?
Yes. What happened to the echo? It was a big politics, and you see some of the politics now with the French-speaking countries. There are some of the things that they're having issues with because France, the central bank of the Francophone West African countries, is controlled by the French government, and the CFA is being backed by France. So because they did not want the integration of a single currency that would have combined all of the countries, they undermine that process. And that's some of the reasons that Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger are all put on the table now that even Senegal is now talking about doing a new currency. So a lot of things are changing in the region. And I'm sure that in the next few years, we would have a better understanding of the ECHO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Have a good night.
My last advice, Tanton, just before I leave again publicly, Mr. Sam Jackson asked a question. If I ever had a conversation with the president, I said not yet, but I would like to publicly encourage the president. When the head of states meet for summit, it's not necessarily just for photographs or taking pictures. This is a very good forum to network. And I think the president should be encouraged to attend as often as possible forums of his colleagues, be it the ECOWAS summit, be it AU summit, not just the ones in the United States or the UN. Let us also prioritize the ones in Africa. They pay up well, they come back very handy, and I think it's a good thing for that. But by now, since the president took over, I thought by now an official visit would have been paid to Sierra Leone, for example. Sierra Leone, don't forget, Mada Bio was at the inauguration. We share borders with Sierra Leone. We have not done that yet. I think we should pay an official visit. We should do the same thing with Ghana. I'm sure there was a visit in Ghana, even though that visit too high is Wahala. But I think we need to. And then Nigeria. Nigeria is the hub of West Africa. The president has yet to pay an official visit to Nigeria. So even outside those summits, it's important to pay visits to your colleagues in the region because they always have a way of helping. For Nigeria will give you a G2G crude oil that could help to boost your economy. Nigeria is very strategic in this region. So up to now that we have not paid an official state visit to Nigeria and other member states, I think the foreign policy arm of the government needs to wake up, and we need to encourage the president to take advantage of the West African solidarity. It's very important for Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Who do you support in the Ghanaian election coming up?
Well, in ECOWAS, I chair the Committee on Political Affairs, Peace and Security. I will be there monitoring the election. So I'm Switzerland, meaning I'm very neutral in Ghana. I'm close to both candidates.
Let me mind my business. Let me leave you alone. Let me leave you alone. I won't get nobody in trouble.
Thank you.
Senator, gotta go. Take care.
Okay. If you want the senator number, I can give it to you, Ava. You have it?
I have the senator number. I want him to call me.
Okay, he hear your message. He said he will call you after you go back and apologize to Joe. Where he will call you.
On what ground?
On the ground of uniting our country.
On the ground that you're going to unite with Joe. We are fuck
you. You gotta retract the book. You gotta retract the book. Take the book.
But better do the right thing. I'll read book on that DA just now because the thing I hear I'm satisfied.
Well, Kennedy, thank you. Matika, we want to say thank you. Our sister Jackie. Yeah, I'm hearing that these guys are on an investigation of $7.something million, the LDA. And NSA is investigating the entire LDA. I'm very serious.
Make it talk, or then you talking again?
I'm talking because this is Sabir. I mean, I have to talk.
But Senator, answer our question. Who, me?
Yeah, maybe yeah. Who this guy? So my thing is that, but as if when you say I'm gonna wait to talk it, I mean tomorrow is not promising. You gotta talk all night if you hear all. The honest is, look at you left from in the car. You left from in the car. The woman came from nowhere and just bust your car. You know, God save your life. Though you want to, you know.
If I was sitting in that car, my whole brain was coming shake because a can of pin was in the car. The pin exploded all over the whole car, my man. Just
want to join inside.
What?
On the other side.
One of my men started Alan did that thing. The man see the feather, the man key the room, he saw the city, he lifted everything, he went on and put it on. People to car. He got money, he got money for that deal.
But listen this though.
Nobody
the issue is that imagine $7 million investigation.
Fadiga, what wrong? Fadiga, what wrong with you, my man?
$7 million. LDA.
$7 million.
How the whole thing started? I heard the story.
Talking,
and you know I'm not well, right? I'm forcing this thing. I've been coughing, drinking 2 bottles of water, man. But 7, what's going on with LDEA?
Yeah, the past DEA or current DEA?
I mean, we are talking about the current LDEA.
I mean, we hear noise.
I hear that noise.
Investigating.
But who told you Vatican don't know what's going on? Vatican, do you know what's going on?
I don't know nothing about DEA.
I'll call you about 2 things.
Nelson, can you come on the show? But you know, sometimes listen, it worried me so much that everybody came to President Barker. I want a job. I will do my best. I have the credential. Give me a job. President Barker, like a grandfather, like an uncle, like an elder statesman. President Barker said, I will try you. I will give you a job. What can I do? Willingly or unwillingly, he gave them job.
But that was the wrong process.
I agree with you.
You should have said, and we said this from day
one.
We said this from day one.
Paul, you know, Paul. They went to the president. I have my master's degree. I'm from Howard University. I have 20 years of experience. I will perform well. You want me to think Liberia, I will think Liberia. You want me to love Liberia, I will love Liberia. You want us to build Liberia, we'll build Liberia. Hey, Uncle Joe, give me the job. They went to the political leaders. They went to their friends. Talk for me.
Okay, who specifically talking about?
Singing gospel song. They were preaching in the choir. Every evening, they would call 3-4 Bible verses. They get in the job. Look at Ministry of Finance. What I have in my possession, the document to destroy the Ministry of Finance on massive corruption, kickback.
In less than 120 days.
In less than 4 months.
In less than 120 days.
Everybody believed that something will happen to President Barker, so they must eat now. Everybody believed that the fierce urgency is now for you to eat, so therefore tomorrow will be too late. Eat now. So everybody just disregard the principle on which the president nominated you. Do the right thing. All these guys fighting for kickback. I mean, it is sad for our country. Oh, the president not seeing us. You can call Shoko and me, one of the ministers at the Ministry of State, and settle them. President Joseph Barker, he will not even remember tomorrow. The same people begin to say crap about the president. They begin to loot the resources of the nation. They begin to misapply intentionally. to enrich themselves. They left the job in America and around the world. They left the comfort zone. They told the wife, the husband, the children, I'm going to be rich in Labrador. Let me go. Minister of Finance, Burma Kamara, is sick. He's not well. Every monkey carrying their own tail. The document I'm reading every day is bad for our country.
Wow. Wow.
Every monkey carries their own tail. Burma Kamara is afraid for his life. He's sick because they were attacking in the African way. They all want us to sit down and be
Finance
quiet.
minister trash all that rumor though. Did you
The
read
man
it?
sick, man. But you must say I'm talking. I said the man sick. The man sick. He's not sick. That rumor that he's not sick.
Yeah, he said it.
My issue is that what we will press on. We that fought for President Barker, don't tell us that it's too early. Don't tell us that we should wait 6 months. Don't tell us that we should wait 1 year. We should speak now. Now is the time to speak. Because the mindset of ministers and directors out there, that President Barker will not survive in the next 2-3 years. That President Barker will not survive to 2029. But they are making a mistake. Because only God got him. He will be strong. And we shall believe that he will make the right decision. How can NSA right now carry out a secret investigation with corrupt behavior in LDEA? LCC carry a massive investigation. Go and ask Arizona Zoe, Minister of Finance and Foreign Isa, the road public work, the Foreign Isa, National Road Fund, the worst. Everybody just lying. Then they will go to the president. Oh, we got to protect you. We got to do this. That's also vla. Our country is bleeding. Whether you from Unity Party, whether you Mo Ali, whether you Stephen Johnson, whether you fight to defend it, you can be Patrick Horner, you can be Amin Modai, you can be Reverend Luther Tappe, you can be Amos Twed, you can be whosoever. Our country is dying, is bleeding. Our country have foreigners that have come into the government. Foreigners, they are Liberian though, but they are foreigners because they never have love for the country. So when Barker say, love Liberia, think Liberia, build Liberia, they say, look at that, papi. We can't carry go. We'll grab it and go back to America. LEC forever and ever and ever, total darkness. Everywhere you touch is messed up. Let God forgive our nation. Let God strengthen President Barker. Let's God give him the strength. He's a deacon. He know God. Let God bless the First Lady. Let God strengthen them that they can sit when the First Lady and her husband sit down and nobody around. The woman speak to her husband about the love for Liberia. She's not a greedy person. She's not an anxious person. When she sit, let everybody just move. Let all the advisors go sit down. They are all there for themselves. And the woman will be the best advisor to her husband. And he listened to her. Come on, man. You have a good night, man. We believe Liberia will be better. Our country is staying. Jackie, I love you. Thank you for joining us. Fadiga, as always, we say thank you, Paul Kennedy. Abatuba, man. You have a good night. Liberia is
close.
Center, but we ain't close. How come you close? We ain't
I say
close.
y'all have a good night. I'm saying I'm close. Y'all have a good night.
So we can get rid of your mic. Jackie, go first, then we get rid of your mic.
No, Jackie mic is good now.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yes, you should just go on and come back in. I don't know what.
But Jackie, you got to explain that thing that you were deputy to Jara or you were special advisor. You got to explain that role.
I mean, I'm close.
I served as advisor for a couple of years.
The thing is running on time. Jackie served under Joe government. She was special assistant to Joe. We had Jersey retirement. She was pure sedition. She flipped. She was a sedition like you, Ava, like you, Fadiga, like you, Paul Kennedy.
No. The difference is I didn't say everything
The
the
difference
government
is I
funds.
supported JV 2017.
I've been a JFB fan since maybe 2017,
You know
but
what can
way
surprise
before
me,
then when he
Jackie?
was vice president, I was his fan.
You know what
So
can surprise
I've
me,
been with
Jackie?
JNB from day one.
Jackie,
So
you know what
yeah.
can surprise me?
What?
And
I
listen,
love me some JNB. Let me make
publicly,
that very clear.
let's just announce we send a healing power to our own sister, um, uh, what's her name? Jemima Woodokoti, and
Yes.
Jemima. She's not well. We miss her. We're wishing her well.
This is your mama. We wish you well.
Yeah. We pray that
Praying for you.
God can heal her. Jemima traveled to the Barbados. She got sick. And if you don't see her on the show because she's not well, but her finger stayed in the chat room dealing with every one of us. We love you, Aunt Jemima. Please reach out to Aunt Jemima. We wish her well. Okay. Fatima too. I heard that she wasn't well, but we don't care about Fatima. She will be fine. Glenda James is not here. She will
Fatima,
not be
feel
here
better,
tomorrow
yeah.
because Glenda understand that the people come to collect money tomorrow, so she will not show face again. Other than that, Dr. Richardson had to work today, so she
Who
couldn't be here.
collecting money tomorrow, Stanton?
You know why? Jeremy Pierre said they gave those people 100,000. The Liberian government gave them 100,000.
Who?
The Robert Sport people that went through the suffering.
LRD or USD?
No, Dr. Kula, US dollars. Jeremy Pierre announced yesterday.
They coming on tomorrow? They coming on tomorrow?
Yes. Yeah.
So then why
Jeremy
they
Pierre
raising money in Stanton if they got 100,000 USD?
The 100,000 could be the cost.
If that's true, then they not reach their goal because the school.
What's their goal?
The cost was 148,000.
I thought it
So
was
I think the
120.
first amount and the second amount, I think we raised, I don't know how much, that the Richardson will announce it. But Jeremy Pierre announced yesterday
that they were giving $100,000.
He said thanks to Joseph Yima Boaka and the pro tem, the government approved and they allocated 100,000 United States dollars to this program. So they should be fine. Yes. All right. He said it on one-on-one with the CEO, 100,000 United States dollars. He said it.
Wow.
So it's a good thing. Yeah. It's a good thing. We're just happy that they will have a successful program. And you went there, Nelson. Can you show some of the video real quick before we leave you? Is it up?
Yeah, I can show a portion of it.
Just a little bit because you guys really want to close. They didn't close to send shout out to all the family members that will kill me. Juma Jala, leave me alone, man. You're not on the show. You say I might allow my friend to close. Why you can't close and go home? Yeah, man, it's Juma Jala guy can get me out there. Yeah, man. Hearing you watching the show, you say allow your friend to close, Tenta. You go close and go home, man. That's it. You got it ready?
Wait, did you say Joma Jala?
Juma Jala.
Joma.
Okay, so we are here live in Rubber Sports.
What I told her, and that is the main thing that God have done for me, which is
let it play, Nelson. Let it play.
where we are. We have a. What do you want to say to the world? What should they expect from Liberia, from Grand Cape Mount County, from Rubber Sports, as we talk about SURF 2024? What I would say is like we the chef for a long time. We have not been. Let's just say we have not been knowing to the government, but if the right now the way to know us, we need more support from them.
Okay.
We begging when they should give us support because we can do it because we've been doing it.
Okay.
Chef, a lot of years. We have gone through a lot of things. Become chef, eat Gary, eat ammo. But seeing like Jesus is working to us right now for our rescue. So we're ready to work and push our country forward.
Okay, so I want to see you get on your surfboard, demonstrate something for us. While we're talking to the next person, we're going to capture you.
Coming
Event is coming to Grand Cape Mount County Rubber Sport Liberia. What do you make of that?
Because we are champions, so you always come to us.
Okay, because we are champions, so you always come to us. Okay, thank you very much, and it's good to see you, and we look forward to seeing you on yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. So, folks, of course, as you see right on the on the on the waves. You see the surfers are doing their thing. Very young surfers right there. You see the guys are doing their thing from all angles. This is how beautiful, how endowed Liberia is in terms of all of these natural features and everything. And of course, this is just one of the surf villages. We want to speak to just one person here. Okay, so you see the beautiful demonstration from the guys there. It's just beautiful, breathtaking how those surfers will move on the waves without anything holding them. So let me talk to the final person here. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Hello, my name is Philip Banini. I'm one of the older surfers here.
Okay, one of the older surfers here.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, what can you say about everything that's about to happen in Grand Cape Mountain?
For me, it's a dream come true. I was in Dakar last year, April, and it was all about this event. That was when the event was starting, and then they told us that they were going to start with the event from country to country, and today we're seeing it. Labrador as a host is a plus for us. I think it's a history.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is the beauty of the whole thing. I mean, tell us more experience about this surfing thing, and what potential do you think a country like Liberia has when it comes to this to surfing?
Looking at Liberia, I think we are an underdeveloped country, and I know what tourism doing in other countries. So if we can just put our hands around it and embrace the idea, and I think Liberia will get to another level when it comes to tourism, when it comes to our country developing. So I just want to say, we believe in ourselves. We should believe that there are Liberians into this sport. And on this event, I really want Liberians to leave Monrovia and come to Robert Sport. But a lot of people don't like to leave the city, so we want them to come. It's free. Nobody's going to pay to enter anywhere. Let's just come and enjoy the vibes.
Okay. So thanks a lot.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a good one, guys. I mean, that's a good thing. And you did extremely well, Nelson. Thanks a lot. Folks, all road lead to Robertsport on the 23rd of this month. All road lead to Robertsport. Guys, do your closing now. We have to go. Do your closing, guys.
All right, let me go first, gentlemen. It was a great show. There are a lot of things that was said the other day with that rice. Stanley, one thing we did not talk about, there are some rice that are currently in storage. I don't know. There's 20% from India. I think they just started it. I don't think it should affect the current price on the market. Somehow these guys are carrying the price up way before the enforcement of that export tariff from the Indian government. I think the government need to look into that. But like I said, like I said earlier, it seems like this whole rice something is a cartel that we need to dismantle. Probably we need to put more people on the market. Have more people importing rice. Once we have more on the market, there will be competition, and that could drive prices down. Until we do that, I think government should start looking for subsidy for Liberians instead of keep giving more money to these rice importers that for decades, almost a century, have prey on the Liberian people. I mean, that's all I have to say for today. Who next? Jackie?
Yeah, I can go. I can go next.
There you go.
Okay, so just to reiterate, when I talk about bauxite, it is a fact. We do have bauxite in Liberia. If anybody want to verify that, they can go on the investliberia.gov.lr
No, it's true.
No, that's
website.
not the question. It was not.
That was not a question. It's true.
But it's been
We have bauxite.
It's the exportation of it.
You really think that with all the exploration, Liberia is 177 years old, that as long as there's a mineral in our sand that somebody not taking it out, whether it's done legally or illegally.
Some of them not commercial. Look, Jackie, don't get me wrong. I've always believed these mining people, even the road construction people, they get minerals from our country. The black sand mining, the big iron ore mining, they get other products. I totally agree. But that's why we need a Ministry of Commerce or a Ministry of Lands and Mines that can inspect these things in terms of standards and quality of what's really going out. We really don't know. So there has been no documentation that I know of that say Liberia is exporting 1 metric ton of bauxite on an annual basis. If we will find that information, yes. But do I believe that maybe they are exporting it secretly? Yes, I can believe that easily. But if
Okay.
you have proof, it's better.
So, but then that's what Senator Stone was here. He's a legislator. He can call the lands and mines people and tell them, say, hey, open your books. Let me see what's going on. I mean, it's a lot of things we know happening in our forests, and we as Liberians are not aware of it. So I hope we can do a better job to make sure that we control that, because that ties into our revenue stream in the country and the economic growth and development of the Liberian people. And that was the point I was trying to drive at with Senator Snow. Even the ones that we know about, our concession deals and stuff, what is being done to empower the Liberians. So those were the things I was
So
driving
forget
at.
about empowering Liberians. Just getting the right level of revenue for those things. We don't get it.
Thank
It's
you.
just sad, man. They
Thank
need
you.
to reform the whole sector, that mining sector. And we got some experts who understand it, but they suppress them and keep them separate and don't get them involved.
We sure do. We sure do. I agree with you 100%. And on the issue with rice, rice is we all know it's a major situation in Liberia. And I'm glad the Minister of Commerce will be on Wednesday. But from what I do know and have learned regarding the rice situation right now, the government, since it took over, had three priorities. One was to make sure that we had the right amount of rice in the country so we don't run out, that we had reserves in the country. That was this government's priority. The second priority from the government now is to make sure there's some level of price control so it doesn't go above and beyond. But keeping in mind, we have to make sure we have rice in the country. That's priority number one. Priority number two, of course, is to work with the importers with regarding price control, which I'm sure Minister Mudad will expand on that when he comes on Wednesday. What's the government's third priority? Is to work and undo some of those things, those dysfunctional policies and operations that were carried out under the WIA government that is affecting rice, the availability of rice today, and even the price of rice today as compared to the global market price of rice. So all of that taken into consideration, Minister Modat will expand on that on Wednesday, but for the public consumption, just know that the government's priority is to make sure that we have rice in the country and we don't run out of rice. Because if we run out of rice, there's going to be a problem, because of course rice is our staple food. Um, it was a good show today. It was always good having a legislator on our program, but I think overall our legislators need to do better. They are, when it comes, yes, the executive branch is there. President Boyka has talked about his arrest program and program platform, which the first of it is the A, which stands for agriculture. So he takes that very seriously. But for the purpose of this show today, our legislators, I hope, even though when they come on the show, they should go back to the drawing board and see what they can do to help to empower our people, because the constituents every day are begging them for food, for tuition, and what have you. And we need to stop that. We need to make sure that we empower our people, empower our Liberian businesses, and make sure that we play a major role in the Liberian businesses play a major role in the growth and development of the country. And that's the only way we can build a middle class in the country. We got to focus on the Liberianization policy in the country. And that should be our priority number one from our legislators and from everybody in the country. So thank you so much. It was a wonderful show today. And I'm glad I came on today.
Thank you, Brother Versus Jackie.
Oh, you want to go or you want me to go? Well, every day I
It
see
doesn't
your
matter.
hairline going back. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm getting old.
All right, so let me go. First of all, again, I want to extend my sympathy to the Yanti family, and my cousin Dan for the loss of Thomas Yanti. Thomas Yanti was such a good guy, such a connected person. And it was wonderful in terms of the crowd that his death brought. And I saw so many people I had not seen in a long time. But I want to give a big shout out to all those people I met in Philadelphia during the funeral time frame, and also later on that day in Delaware, New Jersey, where the accident happened, who really support the Spoon Show and appreciate the panelists for the diverse information that we share with them, the new information that is brought out and how it's educating them and opening their eyes. So as I always say, this is a responsibility, and we got to continue to bring the truth to the people, bring our different perspectives as best as we can, and to also hold our guests who come on accountable to the people and to the truth. Second thing is, all those people who reach out about the accident and who have made comments on social media, I truly appreciate you. Again, I wasn't in the vehicle, and thank God for that, because usually I do, like when I get to a place, I will sit down in my car for, sometimes 20 minutes, 30 minutes, stay on my phone, stay doing stuff before I enter the location. But thank God I was not in the vehicle when this happened. Now, today's show today, this was a great show. It really brought some issues to bear in terms of, some of the things that Senator Snow said about MedTech, about CTN, about some of the stuff that the legislature or the Senate is focusing on. I hope these things can really come to fruition in the best interest of Liberian people. I hope, the president is listening to his advice. He doesn't have to receive everything from Snow, but at least sit with Snow. Yes, the president being in government, 40 years, but Snow has actively been involved himself. And he has an external perspective that could be useful to the president, especially in building relationships with his peers in West Africa and Africa as a whole. So, it's a good thing. Rice importation is a serious thing. I think that sector should be opened up for more Liberians to participate. I think the fact that we have kind of a oligopoly or a cartel that controls the sector and are able to, influence pricing and all of that, if they open it up and give other people the opportunities, to bring in rice, especially if the standards and whatever, regulating body can really ensure that the quality of rice is up to par, it will be great for the market. It will be forced price to come down because of competition. So hopefully when Amin comes on, the minister, Amin Mudak, comes on Wednesday, they can have that kind of plan or vision to open up the market, to improve and increase the regulation of the rice products on the market and all of that. Then the other thing is our own rice production in Liberia. We got the country rice, we got the brown rice, and I believe we have black rice. Look, let me give an example. When I was importing rice here in the US from Liberia and trying to sell it, 1 pound, I was selling $6 for one bag, or 1 pound bag. And the rice we have is nutritious. It's good for high blood pressure. It's good for diabetes. And probably there's some other benefits to it that I don't even know of. And people who have eaten our rice from Liberia really appreciate it and really understand. If we could just build the facility that passes, the FDA standards for us to be able to export more of our products, whether it's moringa, whether it's pineapple, whether it's whatever, we can do it. And that will only increase the much needed foreign currency we need in the country. So agriculture can be a major game changer for us if we just approach it the right way. We give some of our experts, both abroad and locally, the opportunity to participate in the sector. I think it make a big difference. And I just hope, the minister, Minister Alexander Nuta, can be open to some of those things and even try to foster those kind of engagement with people who can impact and help the agriculture sector. So Stanton, again, as usual, thank you for the show. We appreciate the Spoon Network. And to my panelists, the last two survivors who listening to me, thank you. And to everybody out there, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Where is
Thank
Mr.
you very
Cummings?
much.
Huh? Where is Mr. Cummings? Is he in Liberia?
I believe he should still be in Liberia. I don't know that he has traveled.
However, is he going to run in 2029?
Can
Can
Paul
I
Kennedy do it
can I make
closely?
my
There are
Can Paul
closing?
Kennedy do
there
it
are
closely?
people.
Can I make my closing? I
Can
beg
Paul
you.
Kennedy
Amen. Let me ask
He
him
asked me
one
question,
question
man.
more.
Respect
But
a
you can
lady,
Ivan,
ask
will
the
he
man.
run in
question later.
2029? Is he planning to run?
There are
He's a
significant number of people who
politician.
believe, since as people were saying, President Baga is just to settle and hold things down, but Mr. Cummings has the ability to transform and move our country in a greater direction. Yes, they encouraging him to run because most people thinking President Baga is not running again. But recently, the picture I've been seeing of President Baga and the way he's walking with confidence and moving,
He
I
has a
know.
sharp mind, President Boyka. I can tell you that.
Oh.
And
All
very
right.
strong.
So there are a couple of things. Number one, the short-term intervention to the whole rice issue is to make sure that the government of Liberia reduce tariff. If they would make a sacrifice to say, you know what, we remove tariff on rice importation. Kigali, Rwanda did it for building material. When they were building their country back, they removed tariff on all construction material. They say anybody who's bringing construction material to Rwanda, you will not pay one tariff. All of the custom duties, we're going to waive it, come back and rebuild the country. Liberia has to take the hard road, remove tariff on rice importation, reduce the restriction on who can import rice, open the rice market, make sure there are competition. People will bring rice from everywhere. There are 117 countries that are considered rice producing countries. China is number one, followed by India and Bangladesh, Indonesia, whatsoever. If India is putting export restriction on their rice, go to different countries. Go to different countries if India is importing taxes or tariff. Even Nigeria right here. Nigeria produces a lot of rice. Now there are many, maybe they may not be giving us the quantity of rice that India will be sending us, but you can go to Nigeria and negotiate to bring rice. I have my friend sitting now in Pakistan now who was ready to bring gazoo of rice in the country, but he's not given the IPD. He's not going to be allowed to bring rice. So, I mean, what I can meet with the rice importers here 10,000 times, it's not going to change a lot. And you can take that to the bank. He's not going to change a lot. Meeting with them is they are going to play hardball with him. They've been doing that thing since 1979. The rice importers are smart. They already got control over the market. As long as you don't allow competition, you allow the same five players to play, they got to say so because they are the one who has the gavel in their hand. The country is not able to do anything to them until they open the market. So open the market in the short run. Number two, invest in the people who are interested in making agriculture investment in the country. Give them subsidies. Create supply chain. Fix the roads so that people making farm in Bapolu can be able to bring their farm to market. When you do the annual budget, make allocation to farmers who want to make farm in these various counties so that they can be able to subsidize the farming of local commodities and products for our country to do well. In the absence of that, we'll be singing the same song Tobo them was singing in 1979, and we have gotten here over almost 50 years ago. So nothing new happening in Liberia that has not happened before. The politicians know what's happening. They keep playing in the same game. Oh, you don't have press conference. You don't go ahead and meet with the people and sit down and talk. That's not going to change anything if you keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Only our people will continue to suffer, and this is not good. You stop the politics. I think this was a very good show, Stanton, and thanks to the Spoon Network for always providing opportunity for us to share our opinion. We're always not right. There are sometimes we speculate and say things that may not be within context, but at least we are opening the people's eye on those things that are truth and that our government need to change them. It's not a green government or blue government. It's the Liberian government. And when they do the wrong step, guess who suffer? The Liberian people. So when you hear us talking, we don't hate the government. When the government does well, all of us enjoy. For instance, if electricity came now and have a 24 hours, no bopping, stable electricity, guess who will enjoy it? Not Lebanese people will enjoy. Liberian people themselves will enjoy the electricity. So nobody is healing the government or hoping that the government fails. The government fail, we all fail. But we are only doing this to make sure we keep their feet to the fire. Thank you very much. I think my brother out the door now. Take care. He come back. Our friend and we're going to bed. You can come back and
Yeah,
talk all
man.
you want to talk. We are going. Good
Yeah,
night.
the beginning got to do his show, but I want to say thanks to every one of you. Indeed, it was a great show. We'll be back again. Guys, I want to share this finance ministry information with you guys. I believe we're going to invite them. I know I have closed, but it's too early, Jackie, for us to find ourselves in a situation we can't handle. And we are slipping very fast. As you know, Nelson's supposed to be doing his show by now, so keep your close in for the ball. It's always good to see you.
No problem. I just want to see the faces of my friends. That's all.
Yep, you're happy. Nelson, come on now.
I say hello.
Go sleep small, man. You can't sleep.
I say hello.
I am home. Paul, leave it. I know where you at. Stanton just told me that you went to a certain place. Please
I'm anywhere. I'm in Liberia. Don't come. I know what politics you have done, but you're not going to catch me tonight. I won't.
Oh, no, you were texting me. I was just up and you told me.
You know, I don't text him, man. You know that. But I said, Jackie said, where you I said, Jackie saying hello to you.
Oh yeah, I spoke to my dear Jackie. You know, Jackie is my dearest.
Go find a word. Where you at to find out where?
How about please call Kennedy? How about please call Kennedy because he's solving a consultancy issue. Call him, please. Call Paul Kennedy.
I'll call him.
Listen, I got no
they
good
may be violating the rules, right?
What kind of consultancy
again?
The men that do small consultancy and your public work minister that they get 22 million to the girl dusty rule. Which one violating the rule? But like good man. You don't let us start, no, not sure. The men that do small consultancy for free and they get a gas slip. And your public work minister that get 22 million for dusty rule. Who violated consultancy? Why you for them, man?
You have a gas slip. I will never say I got a small gas slip today.
True. But man, nobody gave me gas slip anywhere. Don't let them up for you.
But man, you did not let go.
But I gas slip here.
For the love of country. For the love of country.
But Stedon, did you listen to the...
If you want gas slip, come for one. Come for eight. Ain't a gas slip here. Come for eight.
I'm begin you rubber. You're not in government getting gas slip. Where you getting gas slip from?
We are Liberians. We run the show here. All that about the book, every cousin, when we call him about every year we run the show. We know how to do our monitor.
Don't worry. I was in my drawer to you for one coupon.
No, I know where drawer family. Look at
you gas slip. You're not in government again.
I got it from the executive mansion.
The same time, you know what the men did? The men put some fake gas slip. They're still using it. Even though they're government there again, but it's still.
How much is all that gas slip?
The government is pushing it.
It has small thing.
How much is all that gas slip? I say how much?
You want some? You want to get you some?
No, I say how much on the gas slip?
Like 200 for 200 on one.
Wait, so 200 gallon or $200?
$200.
US?
Yeah, US.
Oh yeah.
200 LD that waiting.
They got no gas slip.
200 LD can only buy peanuts.
I know about they mess it at you at 200. So which one the lawmaker get you gas slip?
You know,
the best from the mansion. You got it from Burger.
Gas slip waste in rescue government. When we were in power, the last time I received one was June 2018. In rescue government, gas slip waste all around the country.
Oh yeah, no, but that's a rescue. That's a rescue thing. Gas slip always in United Party government.
How waste? I want to believe me.
I want to ask you about the
I want to believe me. At the end of the day,
gas slip.
Youth and Sports received their April salary 2 days ago. Ministry of Youth and Sports. They received April salary, but they get gas slip all around the country. The milk.
What the correlation with stolen gas? I'm extending to answer my question, man. What you say at the beginning? What do you think about the Soup press conference today criticizing the
But man, I
president?
gotta sleep by you.
Well, hold on 1 minute
Good
now.
night.
I said bye. I didn't listen to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're
So,
good night.
you have a good night.
Easy answer. You're bye. Jackie, thank you, yeah. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye.
But why did Abba expect? Why did Abba expect somebody to pray something here when people die? Jackie, you will be dying with rest price, then you praising the same thing you dying for. But you know what funny? Our small rescue friends can go buy rest and be complaining. Then they come here, they can say, "Oh, you are so funny."
I say we didn't have time to go into the rice stuff, and you know what CDC did with the whole rice problem that we're trying to fix, that rescue
Yes,
trying
I
to
know what
fix.
CDC did. Yes, I know. CDC maintain
You
the
know
rest.
how you mess up the whole rice thing, and this government trying to fix it now.
Oh
The
yeah.
commerce minister was explaining on Wednesday.
So you know what? I really will want CDC to come back to mess it up so you can be to $13 as it
No,
was.
We are fixing your problem. $22 million. You say you spent to help control the price of rice,
All right.
and
So
nobody can say anything
you are
for it.
fixing it now, carrying it to $18 now from $13. Is that why you fixing?
It's not always the right importers because you failed to do what you were
It's
supposed
not
to do.
you. It's the right importer. When we were there,
We are
5
time
years,
pressed.
$13. Now we're not rice
But man,
importer.
our priority is
You
to
know
make
what?
sure rice is available first.
The rice price is going up because Jesus Christ was coming down. He won't fellow stick up. Satan wanted to go up. He full crack. The excuses you're getting more than anything. I'm sure I wanted to eat rest. The rest it came my ear. That why the rest part going up.
If we had excuse, then there will be no rice on the market today. We are making sure that every Liberian can find rice to eat.
We should be embarrassed.
Then the next thing we'll work on the price control.
The
And then we'll be working on
We are time pressed. We
$18.
need to start the next show. We've gone far
Thank
into
you, Nelson. Thank you, Nelson.
And my
Goodbye.
last thing, Amin Modan said the former Minister of Commerce was pocketing $2 on every bag. We still want him to tell us why is he taking the same $2? Because he's supposed to reduce the rest by at least $2 first. That the people
But that's
will
what he's working
take.
on.
He must stop talking now the reality count. Bye-bye.
Well,
Thank you,
again,
Nelson.
okay, so folks out there, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being here, for joining us tonight on this edition of the program. Spoon Talk has been a great edition, of course, talking about the issues in the country, bringing you the news, the analysis, and everything right here tonight. Thanks to all of you across the internet for being here with us. As you know, we are always live on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We've been live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. And many thanks to our folks in Radio Land as well, and the partner radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program. Many thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Trend Radio in Grand Creek County, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and of course, Premier FM in Bon County. Across the Spoon Network, we've been live as well. Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. Many thanks to the thousands of Liberians across the country that have been following the program. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. You can make up time to join us. Until then, I want to say good night to all of you. But just before going, let me say happy birthday to Mrs. Messias Nenning. You're celebrating your birthday as per Liberia time. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. An ardent follower of the Spoon Network, a top engager in the comment section. We appreciate you for following Spoon, for your support and all of that. Happy birthday to you again as you celebrate your birthday today. And to all of you celebrating birthdays today, happy birthday to you. We wish you all the best. And of course, you can make up time to join us here tomorrow. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Bye bye for now. Coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon will be on your radio shortly. Until then, have a good night. Bye-bye for now.
You got a spoon radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Tuto Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tuto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want.